Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. I remember when the hills of Pembrokeshire meant nothing but peace to me. Now they're stained with memories I can't erase, tainted by questions I can't answer. My name is Bronwyn Hughes, and I've worked as a critical care nurse at Withybush General Hospital for nearly 8 years. The irregular hours and emotional toll of my profession have always been balanced by the calm I found hiking the majestic Welsh countryside with my border collie, Arth. Arth, whose name means bear in Welsh, was anything but fearful. He confronted the world with a boundless enthusiasm that made even my darkest days brighter. We'd adopted each other 4 years ago when I found him abandoned outside the hospital, trembling and malnourished. The veterinarian estimated he was around 2 years old then, making him a sturdy 6-year-old companion now, or at least he was before that day on Carn Angley. My shifts at the hospital often stretched to 14 hours, sometimes longer during emergency situations. The nature of critical care meant I frequently returned home physically exhausted and emotionally drained, having witnessed suffering that most people would struggle to comprehend. This particular week in early May had been especially difficult. We'd lost 2 patients, one elderly man to heart failure and a teenage girl to complications from a car accident. The girl reminded me of my younger sister, with the same delicate features and determined spirit. I'd fought alongside the medical team for hours to stabilize her, but her injuries proved too severe. By Monday, I was operating on minimal sleep and maximal stress. My mother, Gwen, had been looking after Arth during my weekend shift. She lived about 20 minutes away in Haverfordwest, and often helped when my schedule became particularly demanding. When she arrived with Arth that Monday afternoon, his excited barking and tail wagging seemed to inject life back into my weary bones. "You look terrible, Cariad," my mother said as she handed me his leash, using the Welsh term of endearment. "Are you sure you don't want to rest before taking him out?" I shook my head, scratching behind Arth's ears as he pressed his body against my legs. "I've been cooped up for days, ma'am. We both need fresh air." She pursed her lips in that way that meant she disagreed, but wouldn't press the issue. "At least have some tea before you go gallivanting off." We sat in my small kitchen, steam rising from our cups as she updated me on local gossip and her Women's Institute meetings. All the while, Arth paced impatiently by the door, occasionally returning to rest his head on my lap with pleading eyes. All right, I finally conceded, draining the last of my tea. "We're going now." My mother hugged me tightly before leaving. "Don't stay out too late. The weather report mentioned possible rain tonight." I promised we wouldn't, never imagining that rain would be the least of my concerns. The drive to Carn Angley took about 40 minutes from my cottage in Pembroke. As we wound through narrow country lanes, Arth sat in the passenger seat, his head out the window, tongue lolling in the breeze. The clock on my dashboard read 7:36 p.m. when we pulled into the small gravel car park at the base of the hill. Carn Angley isn't the highest point in the Preseli Hills, but it's one of the most distinctive. Ancient standing stones mark the remains of an Iron Age fort near its summit, and local legends claim it as a place where Saint Brynach communed with angels in the 6th century. The tourist brochures describe it as mystical and atmospheric. But to locals like me, it was simply a beautiful walking spot with spectacular views of the Irish Sea. I'd visited Carn Angley countless times, in all seasons and weather conditions. I knew its paths intimately, the way the main trail forked about halfway up, with the left path leading to the standing stones, and the right winding through a small woodland before emerging near the summit. I knew which sections became muddy after rain and where the best views could be found. Or at least I thought I knew it. As I gathered our supplies, water bottle, small first aid kit, granola bars, and Arth's favorite tennis ball, I noticed the car park was empty. This wasn't unusual for a Monday evening, especially since most tourists visited during weekends or holiday periods. The isolation never bothered me before. In fact, I preferred having the trails to ourselves. The evening sun hung relatively high, promising at least 2 hours of good light before sunset. May in Wales offers generous daylight, with darkness not fully settling until almost 10 p.m. I had my phone with its built-in torch for the return journey, and the trail was well marked. There was no reason to feel apprehensive as we set off up the gentle slope that marked the beginning of our hike, yet something felt different this time. The usual sounds of birds seemed muted, the rustling of leaves somehow ominous rather than soothing. I dismissed these impressions as the result of my fatigue and recent emotional strain at work. The scientific part of my brain understood that perception is easily influenced by one's physical and mental state. "Come on, Arth," I called cheerfully, forcing enthusiasm into my voice. "Time for our mega walk." He bounded ahead, stopping occasionally to sniff interesting patches of grass or investigate rabbit holes. His joyful exploration temporarily pushed away my unease, and I followed him up the path, unaware that we were being watched. The initial ascent was pleasant enough. Spring had coaxed an array of wildflowers from the hillside. Clusters of bluebells carpeted the woodland edges, while yellow gorse brightened the more exposed areas. The exertion of climbing gradually loosened the knots of tension in my shoulders, and my breathing fell into a steady rhythm that matched my footsteps. Arth zigzagged ahead, occasionally disappearing from view before reappearing with twigs or interesting stones in his mouth, presenting them to me like treasures. His unbridled joy was infectious, and I found myself smiling for what felt like the first time in days. About halfway up, we paused at a natural platform that offered views across the rolling countryside. Farms appeared as patchwork quilts of green and gold, separated by ancient stone walls and hedgerows. In the distance, the afternoon sun glinted off the Irish Sea, a sliver of silver beneath the vast sky. I uncapped my water bottle, pouring some into a collapsible bowl for Arth before taking a long drink myself. The water was cool against my throat, and I closed my eyes momentarily, savoring the sensation and the whisper of breeze against my skin. When I opened them again, I noticed dark clouds gathering on the western horizon. They were still distant, but moving steadily inland. My mother's warning about rain crossed my mind, but I calculated we had plenty of time to reach the summit and begin our descent before any weather arrived. "What do you think, boy?" I asked Arth, who was now sniffing intently at a clump of heather. "Should we continue to the top?" He looked at me with those intelligent brown eyes, then turned to gaze up the path as if considering the question. After a moment, he barked once and wagged his tail. "I'll take that as a yes," I laughed, repacking our water. We took the right fork in the path, entering the small woodland that flanked the eastern side of Carn Angley. The trees here weren't particularly ancient or large, mostly oak, ash, and hawthorn that had established themselves over the past century or so, but they grew close together, their branches creating a canopy that dappled the afternoon light into shifting patterns on the earth. The path narrowed here, forcing us to walk single file. Arth led the way, occasionally stopping to investigate animal trails that branched off into the undergrowth. The woodland had always been my favorite part of the hike, a secret green world that felt separate from ordinary existence. Today, however, the shadows seemed deeper, the silence more pronounced. No birds called from the branches overhead, no insects buzzed in the undergrowth. Even the wind seemed to have died, leaving the leaves unnaturally still. "Probably going to rain," I murmured to myself, trying to explain away the peculiar atmosphere. Weather changes often affect animal behavior, I reasoned. They were simply seeking shelter before the approaching storm. As we neared the edge of the woodland, where the path would emerge onto the more exposed upper slopes, Arth suddenly stopped. His body became rigid, ears pricked forward, tail motionless. I halted behind him, watching as he tilted his head slightly, as if listening to something beyond human hearing. "What is it, boy?" I whispered. feeling the first real stirring of unease. He didn't respond, remaining frozen in place for several long seconds before abruptly relaxing and continuing forward. I followed, telling myself it was probably a rabbit or fox he'd sensed. Yet the incident left me feeling strangely vulnerable, aware of our isolation in a way I hadn't been before. We emerged from the woodland onto the upper slopes, where the path grew steeper as it approached the summit. The standing stones of the ancient fort were visible now, dark silhouettes against the increasingly dramatic sky. The clouds I'd spotted earlier had drawn closer, transforming the western horizon into a wall of deepening gray. "Just to the top, and then we'll head back," I promised Arth, who had resumed his enthusiastic exploration of the hillside. If only I'd turned back then. If only I'd heeded the warnings. The unnatural silence, Arth's momentary alertness, the gathering storm. But I continued upward, drawn by familiar routine and the promise of that magnificent summit view, unaware that something waited for us among the ancient stones. We reached the summit, just as the first distant rumble of thunder rolled across the hills. The standing stones, weathered by countless centuries, stood like ancient guardians around the flattened area that had once been the center of the Iron Age fort. From here, the view was truly spectacular, a panorama of Pembrokeshire stretching to the horizon, with the darkening sea to the west and the patchwork of fields and villages to the east. Under normal circumstances, I would have lingered, perhaps sitting on one of the fallen stones to absorb the tranquility and vastness of the landscape. But the approaching storm and the lateness of the hour urged caution. The sun now hung low, partially obscured by the advancing clouds, casting long shadows across the hilltop. "Let's head back, Arth," I called, turning toward the path. He stood about 20 meters away, near the edge of the summit plateau, his attention focused intently on something I couldn't see. His posture was alert but not alarmed, curious rather than fearful. "Arth?" I called again, more firmly. This time he glanced back at me before returning his gaze to whatever had caught his interest. I sighed, crossing the uneven ground toward him. As I drew closer, I noticed he was looking down the northern slope of the hill, a steeper, more rugged descent than the path we'd climbed. Scattered gorse bushes and occasional boulders dotted this side, creating numerous shadows and hiding places. I peered in the same direction, seeing nothing unusual. "What are you looking at, boy? There's nothing there." But even as I said it, I felt a strange certainty that I was wrong. There was something there, something watching us from the gathering shadows. The skin at the back of my neck tightened, and I found myself scanning the slope with increasing urgency. A movement caught my eye, just a flicker at the edge of my vision, gone when I tried to focus on it. Perhaps it was a shadow shifting as clouds passed overhead, or vegetation moving in the strengthening wind. But it left me with an overwhelming sense that we were not alone on the hilltop. "Come on," I said, clipping Arth's lead to his collar. "Time to go." He resisted momentarily, still fixated on the northern slope, before reluctantly allowing me to lead him back toward our ascent path. The wind had picked up significantly, bringing with it the scent of imminent rain. Another rumble of thunder, closer now, emphasized the urgency of our descent. We began retracing our steps, moving more quickly than during our climb. Arth seemed to have forgotten whatever had captured his attention, trotting alongside me with no sign of distress. I, however, couldn't shake the feeling of being observed. Several times I turned to look behind us, seeing nothing but the emptying hilltop and darkening sky. The first fat raindrops began to fall as we re-entered the woodland. The canopy provided some shelter, but water still dripped through, pattering against the leaves and earth. The premature darkness beneath the trees made the path harder to follow, and I found myself moving more cautiously, aware of roots and stones that could easily cause a fall. Halfway through the woodland, Arth suddenly stiffened beside me. A low growl built in his throat, not his usual alert bark when spotting wildlife, but something deeper, more primal. The hair along his spine stood erect, and his tail tucked slightly between his legs. I froze, straining my senses against the gathering gloom. Rain tapped against leaves, wind sighed through branches, and beneath these natural sounds, something else, a rustling movement that seemed deliberate rather than random. "Hello?" I called, my voice sounding thin and uncertain. "Is someone there?" No response came, yet the sensation of being watched intensified. I fumbled for my phone, activating its torch function. The beam cut through the dimness, illuminating rain-slicked trunks and dripping foliage. I swept it in a slow arc, seeking reassurance in the mundane details of the woodland. The light caught nothing unusual, yet Arth's growl deepened. His body trembled against my leg, communicating fear more eloquently than words ever could. I had never seen him react this way. Not to other dogs, not to strangers, not even during thunderstorms that typically frightened animals. "It's okay," I whispered, trying to convince myself as much as him. "Let's keep moving." We proceeded more quickly now, Arth pressing close against my side. The rain intensified, drumming against the canopy above. Water began running down my face, soaking into my jacket. The path grew slippery underfoot, forcing me to divide my attention between watching for hazards and scanning our surroundings. As we neared the edge of the woodland, where the path would emerge onto the more open lower slopes, Arth abruptly stopped. His growl transformed into a whimper, and he pressed himself against my legs so forcefully I nearly lost my balance. "What is it?" I demanded, directing my torch beam ahead. The light revealed nothing but rain-swept vegetation and the continuation of our path. Yet something had terrified my dog, something he could sense, but I could not perceive. That's when I heard it, a sound that didn't belong to the storm or the woodland, a soft, deliberate scraping, like claws against bark. It came from somewhere to our right, among the densest part of the undergrowth, and then, fleetingly illuminated as my torch beam swept past, 2 points of reflected light, like eyes catching the glow. They vanished immediately, so quickly I couldn't be certain I'd seen them at all. But Arth had no such doubts. His whimper became a yelp of pure terror, and he pulled desperately at his lead, trying to retreat back up the path we'd just descended. "No, Arth," I hissed, tugging him forward. "We need to get out of here." The woodland exit lay just 30 meters ahead. Beyond it, the more open terrain would offer better visibility, and, I hoped, safety from whatever lurked among the trees. I urged Arth forward, practically dragging him despite his resistance. We burst from the woodland onto the open slope, rain lashing against us without the barrier of the canopy. The car park was visible in the distance below, a reassuring destination. Arth no longer resisted our forward progress, now seeming as eager as I was to leave the hill behind. As we hurried down the slippery path, I cast one final glance back toward the woodland edge. In the deepening twilight, amplified by the storm clouds, I could distinguish little detail. Yet for an instant, I thought I saw a shape detach itself from the shadows, something low to the ground, but substantial, moving with deliberate purpose. I didn't wait to confirm the sighting. Clutching Arth's lead, I half ran, half slid down the remainder of the path, pursued by the intensifying storm and something far more terrifying than mere weather. We were about halfway down the lower slope when it happened, the moment that would haunt my dreams for months to come. The rain had eased slightly, though the wind continued to howl around us. Darkness had almost completely enveloped the landscape, with only the faintest glow of twilight remaining on the western horizon. My phone torch provided our only reliable illumination, casting a narrow beam that barely seemed to penetrate the gloom. Arth padded beside me, no longer pulling, but still clearly anxious to reach the safety of the car. His fur was soaked, his usually proud tail held low. A hedge bordered this section of the path, an ancient boundary marking the edge of what had once been farmland. Thick hawthorn and blackthorn created an impenetrable barrier alongside us, further narrowing our route of escape. Without warning, Arth erupted into frenzied barking. Not his usual alert bark, but something desperate and terrified. He lunged toward the hedge, straining against his lead with such force that the fabric cut into my palm. "Arth, stop," I commanded, but he was beyond listening. His barks grew increasingly hysterical as he pulled toward whatever had triggered his reaction. I couldn't see anything beyond the dense tangle of thorny branches, just darkness and the occasional movement of leaves in the wind. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, Arth's barking ceased. A tremor passed through his body, visible even in the dim light. He backed away from the hedge, pressing himself against my legs. A whimper escaped him, a sound of such absolute terror that it sent ice through my veins. I directed my torch toward the hedge, seeing nothing but dripping foliage. Yet Arth continued to retreat, nearly tripping me in his desperation to put distance between himself and whatever lurked beyond. "What is it?" I whispered, scanning the hedge line. That's when I heard it, a sound unlike anything I'd encountered before. Not quite a growl, not quite a hiss, but something that combined elements of both. It emanated from just beyond the hedge, perhaps 2 meters away. The sound was low, almost subsonic, more felt than heard. Arth collapsed against my legs, trembling violently. To my horror, I realized he was urinating involuntarily, something I'd never seen him do before. Pure terror had overridden every aspect of his training and natural behavior. I swept my torch along the hedge again, desperate for visual confirmation of what threatened us. The beam caught something, a disturbance in the vegetation, branches moving against the wind. Something substantial was pushing through from the other side. Reason told me to identify the threat, to know what we faced. But instinct, more powerful than logic, screamed for immediate flight. I grabbed Arth's lead and tugged, trying to break his paralysis of fear. "Come on," I shouted, no longer concerned about attracting attention. He remained frozen, whining pitifully, his eyes fixed on the hedge. I bent down, awkwardly lifting all 25 kilograms of him. His body was rigid with terror, but he didn't resist being carried. With Arth in my arms, I turned and ran. The path was treacherous with mud and rain, the descent steep enough to make each step precarious, but fear drove me forward, overriding caution. My torch beam bounced wildly, creating disorienting flashes of illuminated ground and vegetation against surrounding darkness. Behind us, the strange sound came again, louder now, and somehow conveying deliberate pursuit. Something crashed through the hedge, twigs breaking and leaves rustling. I didn't look back, focusing every fiber of my being on reaching the car park below. Arth trembled against my chest, his whimpers continuous now. The weight of his sodden body strained my already exhausted muscles, but adrenaline kept me moving. My breathing came in harsh gasps, visible as vapor in the cold night air. The path widened as we neared the bottom, becoming less steep. I risked increasing my pace, aware that the sounds of pursuit had grown fainter. Were we outpacing the threat, or had it simply become more stealthy in its tracking? Finally, the gravel surface of the car park appeared in my torch beam. My vehicle stood alone in the darkness, its familiar shape the most welcome sight I could imagine. I fumbled with the key fob, pressing the unlock button repeatedly until the lights flashed and the locks clicked open. Opening the rear door one-handed while holding Arth was nearly impossible, but fear granted extraordinary coordination. I practically threw him onto the back seat before slamming the door and rushing to the driver's side. Once inside, I locked all doors immediately, gasping for breath as rain plastered my hair to my face. Arth huddled on the back seat, still trembling violently, his eyes wide and unfocused. I turned the key in the ignition, relief flooding through me as the engine roared to life. Headlights illuminated the empty car park and the beginning of the path we'd just descended. Rain slanted through the beams, creating shifting curtains of light and shadow. And there, at the edge of the illumination, something moved. Just for an instant, a dark shape, low and powerful, withdrawing from the light with deliberate purpose. It was gone before I could process details, melting into the darkness beyond the headlights' reach. I threw the car into reverse, tires spinning on wet gravel, before finding purchase. The vehicle lurched backward, then forward as I changed gear and accelerated toward the access road. Arth whimpered from the back seat as we bounced over potholes, but I couldn't slow down. Not until we were far from Carn Angley and whatever had hunted us on its slopes. The journey home passed in a blur of rain-slicked roads and tension. I drove mechanically, hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly that my knuckles whitened. eyes constantly checking the rearview mirror despite the logical impossibility of being followed. Arth remained in an unprecedented state of distress. Usually an enthusiastic car passenger, he now lay curled into a tight ball on the back seat, occasionally emitting soft whimpers that tore at my heart. His wet fur soaked into the upholstery, but such concern seemed trivial compared to his psychological state. By the time we reached my cottage, the rain had diminished to a gentle patter. I parked as close to the door as possible, still irrationally fearful of the short distance between car and house. Arth refused to move from the back seat, forcing me to lift him again and carry him inside. Once in the cottage, I moved through my usual routines with mechanical precision, turning on lights, securing doors and windows, drawing curtains against the night. These ordinary actions provided a semblance of normality, a framework to contain the chaos of emotion threatening to overwhelm me. I placed Arth on his bed near the radiator and examined him thoroughly, medical training temporarily overriding emotional distress. No physical injuries were apparent. No cuts, no thorn scratches, no signs of contact with whatever had frightened him. Yet his behavior remained deeply disturbing. He refused food and water, curling into a tight ball with his nose tucked beneath his tail. After showering and changing into dry clothes, I made tea and sat beside him on the floor, attempting to process what had happened. My rational mind sought explanations that would fit within my understanding of the world. A wild animal seemed the most logical conclusion, perhaps a fox or badger emerging from its den, but neither explanation fully accounted for Arth's extreme reaction. He had encountered wildlife before, without showing fear. Furthermore, badgers and foxes typically avoided human contact rather than appearing to pursue it. Sleep eluded me that night. I lay in bed listening to the diminishing rain and Arth's occasional distressed sounds from his bed beside mine. When exhaustion finally pulled me under, my dreams were fragmented and unsettling, shapeless threats pursuing me through darkened woods, and always that strange sound echoing behind me. Morning brought temporary relief. Sunlight streamed through gaps in the curtains, transforming my bedroom into a space that seemed incapable of harboring fear. Arth appeared somewhat recovered, accepting water and a small amount of food, though still unusually subdued. I called in sick to work, unable to face the prospect of leaving him alone after such trauma. Then I began researching, seeking information that might explain our experience on Carn Angley. My investigation began with local wildlife. Pembrokeshire hosts badgers, foxes, otters, and various deer species, none of which typically present threats to humans or domestic dogs. I searched news reports for unusual animal sightings in the area, finding nothing recent or relevant. Then I broadened my search, typing "large predators whales" into the search engine. The results were immediately more interesting and disturbing. I discovered numerous reports of big cat sightings across Wales stretching back decades. Most described panther-like creatures, with some accounts mentioning pumas or lynxes. A 2013 article detailed a woman's claim of being chased by a wolf in North Wales. More recently, a news piece from January this year reported puma sightings and people hearing roars while walking dogs at night. The explanation seemed plausible. Exotic pets released into the wild when they grew too large to manage, subsequently breeding and establishing territories in the remote Welsh countryside. The scientific part of my mind acknowledged that such populations could potentially survive undetected in areas of low human habitation. Yet something about this explanation felt incomplete. The behavior I'd witnessed, the deliberate stalking, the sounds unlike any felid I'd ever heard described, didn't align perfectly with big cat behavior as I understood it. After exhausting online resources, I turned to local knowledge. The following day, feeling slightly more composed and with Arth showing signs of recovery, I drove to the village library in Crymick, the nearest settlement to Carn Angley. The librarian, an elderly woman named Mrs. Preece, who had worked there for decades, listened to a sanitized version of my experience with unexpected seriousness. "You're not the first to come asking about strange happenings on Carn Angley," she said, leading me to a section of local history books. The hill has a reputation going back centuries. She selected a slim volume titled Folklore of the Preseli Hills and opened it to a chapter on Carn Angli. The text described various legends associated with the location, including St. Brynac's angelic communications. But here's what might interest you, Mrs. Priest said, pointing to a paragraph near the end of the chapter. The passage described local beliefs from the 18th and 19th centuries that Carn Angli hosted a guardian beast that protected the ancient fort site. According to tradition, this creature remained invisible most of the time, but would reveal itself to those who visited the hill with ill intent or at inauspicious times. Nonsense, of course, Mrs. Priest said, though her expression suggested she wasn't entirely convinced of this. But people around here still avoid the hill after dark. They say animals sense it more easily than humans do. I left the library with more questions than answers, torn between rational explanations and the disturbing resonance of the folklore with my experience. Perhaps the legend had developed precisely because a population of exotic big cats had established themselves in the area generations ago? Yet this explanation still didn't fully account for the profound terror Arth had displayed, a reaction far beyond normal animal fear. Dogs might be cautious around predators, but his complete breakdown suggested something more unsettling. In the days that followed, I researched big cat behavior extensively, learning that they typically avoided humans rather than pursuing them. I joined online forums where people shared similar experiences throughout Wales and broader Britain, finding some comfort in the knowledge that I wasn't alone in my encounter. A week after the incident, with Arth gradually returning to his normal behavior, I visited my veterinarian friend Rhiannon, seeking her professional perspective. Animals perceive things differently than we do, she explained after hearing my account. Their senses are more acute, particularly scent and hearing. What terrified Arth might have been something you couldn't detect at all. A big cat? I suggested. She considered this, tapping her pen against her desk. Possibly, but dogs typically respond to predators with defensive aggression rather than complete terror, especially when their humans are present. What else could cause such extreme fear? Rhiannon hesitated. I'm a scientist, so I should give you a scientific answer. But my grandmother would say that animals sometimes perceive things beyond our understanding, things that exist at the edges of our world. I left her office unsettled by this uncharacteristically mystical statement from my pragmatic friend. Yet her words echoed something I'd been reluctantly considering, that perhaps the explanation lay beyond conventional understanding. 2 weeks after our encounter on Carn Angli, life had largely returned to normal. Arth showed no lasting trauma, resuming his enthusiastic exploration of our regular walking routes, though I carefully avoided anything near the Preseli Hills. Work absorbed my attention, providing welcome distraction from unanswered questions. Yet beneath this semblance of normality, something had fundamentally changed. I found myself more alert to my surroundings, particularly when outdoors at dusk. Strange sounds caused immediate tension, and darkness no longer seemed merely an absence of light, but something potentially harboring unseen presence. I'd almost convinced myself that the incident had a rational explanation, a big cat perhaps, or even a massive feral dog, when an unexpected encounter challenged this comfortable assumption. I was shopping in Haverfordwest when I encountered Mrs. Priest from the library. After exchanging pleasantries, she mentioned that another walker had reported a frightening experience on Carn Angli, just days after my visit. A man from Newport, she explained, walking his Labrador in the early evening, said the dog went berserk near the woodland edge. Same reaction you described. He was sensible enough to leave immediately. Did he see anything? I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. Mrs. Priest glanced around before lowering her voice. He claims he glimpsed something moving among the trees, said it was large and dark, but moved like nothing he'd ever seen before, not quite like a mammal. Said it seemed to flow rather than run. A cold sensation spread through my chest. Did he report it? To who? The police would think he was mad, and wildlife authorities would dismiss it without evidence. She adjusted her shopping bag. People around here know better than to make official reports. We just warn each other. I thanked her for the information and completed my shopping mechanically, mind racing with implications. Another witness, another terrified dog. The pattern strengthened both the reality of the threat and its mysterious nature. That evening, I found myself searching online for scientific explanations of supposedly supernatural phenomena. Perhaps there were atmospheric or geological conditions on Carn Angli that created infrasound, sound waves below human hearing that could trigger fear responses in both animals and people. Or maybe some unusual electromagnetic phenomenon that animals could perceive, but humans could not. These explanations felt like stretching, attempts to force extraordinary experience into ordinary frameworks. Yet the alternative, accepting that something existed beyond current scientific understanding, challenged my fundamental worldview as a medical professional. 1 month after the incident, I made a decision that surprised even me. I would return to Carn Angli, alone this time in daylight, to confront both the location and my fears. The morning was bright and clear as I parked in the now familiar car park. Other vehicles were present, a retired couple preparing for a walk, a family with young children organizing their backpacks. The normality was reassuring. I chose a different route than before, taking the left fork that led directly to the standing stones rather than through the woodland. The climb was physically demanding, but emotionally easier in full daylight, surrounded by occasional fellow hikers. At the summit, I found the stone circle occupied by a tour group, their guide explaining the archaeological significance of the site. I lingered at the periphery, listening to the rational historical narrative that made no mention of beasts or guardians. When the group departed, I approached the largest standing stone, a weathered monolith nearly 3 meters tall. Placing my hand against its rough surface, I tried to connect with the countless generations who had visited this place before me, many of whom must have crafted explanations for their own unexplained experiences. As I stood there, a sudden breeze swept across the summit, carrying an unexpected scent, musty and animal, yet unlike any domestic or common wild species I recognized. My body tensed involuntarily, senses heightening as they had that night. I turned slowly, scanning the open hilltop. Nothing unusual was visible, just grassland, scattered rocks, and the clear paths leading in various directions. Yet the sensation of being observed returned with overwhelming intensity. My gaze was drawn to the edge of the woodland we'd passed through that night. From this elevation, I could see its full extent, a dark green irregularity against the smoother contours of the hillside. Something moved at its periphery, a shadow detaching briefly from deeper shadows before melting back into obscurity. Rational explanation insisted it was merely vegetation moving in the wind, or perhaps a deer seeking shelter. But deeper instinct recognized it as something else, something that didn't belong entirely to the world as I understood it. I didn't flee this time. Standing my ground, I stared toward the woodland edge until the sensation of being watched gradually subsided. Whatever presence had acknowledged me seemed to have withdrawn, perhaps respecting this deliberate daylight encounter differently than our previous nighttime intrusion. On the descent, I reached a resolution of sorts. I would likely never fully understand what hunted the slopes of Carn Angli. Scientific explanations felt insufficient, yet I couldn't entirely embrace supernatural ones either. Perhaps some questions weren't meant to be answered conclusively. Perhaps the boundaries between known and unknown, natural and supernatural, were not as clearly defined as modern thinking suggested. Our ancestors had lived with this ambiguity, acknowledging forces beyond their understanding without needing to categorize them definitively. I could learn to do the same, to accept mystery without surrendering critical thinking, to acknowledge inexplicable experiences without abandoning rational frameworks that served well in most circumstances. Arth and I still take our mega walks regularly, exploring the beautiful Pembrokeshire landscape that remains largely benign and welcoming. But we stay away from Carn Angli, especially as daylight wanes. Some boundaries are best respected, some territories best left unchallenged. And on dark nights when wind moves through the trees around my cottage, I sometimes detect that strange sound again, not quite growl, not quite hiss, carried on the breeze from the direction of the Preseli Hills. I close my curtains tighter then, and Arth presses closer against my leg, both of us acknowledging wordlessly that something watches and waits on Carn Angli, something that will likely remain nameless and unexplained. Perhaps that's as it should be. In a world increasingly mapped, measured, and explained, there is perhaps value in these persistent mysteries, these reminders that our understanding remains incomplete, that wonder and terror still inhabit the wild edges of our world, challenging our certainties and reminding us of older truths we have too readily dismissed. The morning frost crunched beneath my boots as I shouldered my pack at the Pinecrest trailhead. October 2023 had brought an early cold snap to the North Cascades, but the weather report promised clear skies for my planned 5-day solo trek. As an experienced backcountry hiker with over a decade of wilderness experience, I'd prepared meticulously. Satellite messenger, topographic maps, first aid supplies, and enough food to last a week. Weather can change fast up there, the ranger had warned when I registered my itinerary, especially this time of year. I nodded, confident in my preparation. I've been through worse. If only I'd recognized the arrogance in those words. The trail began pleasantly enough, winding through ancient cedar and fir trees that blocked the morning sun. Moss hung from branches like tattered curtains, and the scent of decomposing vegetation filled my nostrils. The solitude was exactly what I needed after months of grinding office work in Seattle. My therapist had suggested this trip. Reconnect with yourself, she'd said. Find some perspective. By midday, I'd covered 8 miles of steadily ascending terrain. The forest gradually thinned as I approached the alpine zone, revealing sweeping vistas of jagged peaks. I paused to document the scenery, snapping photos and marking waypoints on my GPS. According to my map, an established campsite waited near a small mountain lake another 3 miles ahead. The first odd thing I noticed was the silence. Wilderness is never truly quiet. Birds call, insects buzz, the wind whispers through leaves. But as I climbed higher, the natural symphony diminished until only my labored breathing and footsteps remained. I initially attributed it to elevation and the season, but something about it raised the hair on my arms. I reached the lake by late afternoon. Crystal clear water reflected the surrounding mountains, creating a perfect mirror image that almost seemed too pristine. A flat area near the shore offered plenty of space for my tent. As I began to unpack, I noticed something unusual, a circle of stones with the remains of a fire. Nothing strange about a fire ring at a campsite, but this one seemed recent, with ash that looked fresh despite the Forest Service policy prohibiting fires in this protected area. Beside it, small animal bones had been arranged in a peculiar pattern. Probably just inconsiderate campers, I told myself, though something about the configuration seemed deliberate. I kicked the bones apart and scattered the ashes. As twilight settled over the mountains, I cooked a simple dinner of dehydrated stew, watching the alpenglow paint the peaks in vibrant oranges and reds. The beauty of the moment almost dispelled my earlier unease. I secured my food in a bear canister and placed it far from my tent before crawling into my sleeping bag. That night, I woke to sounds outside, not the familiar rustling of nocturnal animals, but something that sounded unsettlingly like footsteps, deliberate and unhurried, circling my tent. I fumbled for my headlamp, heart pounding as I called out, "Hello?" Silence answered. I unzipped the tent flap and peered into darkness. The moon illuminated the landscape in silver blue light, revealing nothing unusual. The footsteps had stopped. Perhaps I'd dreamed them, I reasoned, or maybe it was just a deer investigating my campsite. As I settled back into my sleeping bag, a distant sound echoed across the lake, something between a coyote's yip and a human scream. Wildlife, I assured myself, though I'd never heard anything quite like it in all my years of backcountry travel. I slept fitfully the remainder of the night, startling awake at every snap of a twig or gust of wind. When dawn finally broke, I emerged from my tent to find the previously pristine campsite disturbed. My bear canister had been moved from where I'd placed it, now standing upright directly in front of my tent. More concerning were the footprints, human-sized but oddly elongated, circling my tent before disappearing into the forest. I considered hiking out immediately, but the rational part of my brain insisted there must be a logical explanation. Another hiker playing pranks, perhaps. Or maybe I'd sleepwalked and moved the canister myself without remembering. Either way, I hadn't come this far to turn back on the first day. I marked the location on my GPS and photographed the footprints before continuing along my planned route. The map showed an old fire lookout another 6 miles ahead, my destination for the day. According to the guidebook, it offered spectacular views and shelter if the weather turned. What it didn't mention was what waited for me there. The morning hike took me through increasingly sparse terrain. Stunted subalpine firs gave way to meadows dotted with granite boulders, their surfaces painted with orange and green lichen. Above treeline now, I felt exposed. The sensation of being observed intensified with each step, though scanning the horizon revealed nothing but windswept ridges and scattered marmot dens. I'd been hiking for nearly 3 hours when I found the camera. It was a wildlife trail camera, the kind hunters and researchers use to document animal movements. Strapped to a lone tree near my path, its lens pointed directly at the trail. Not unusual in itself, the National Park Service often monitored wildlife this way, but something seemed off about its placement. No official markings identified it as belonging to the Park Service or a research institution. I approached the camera cautiously and examined it. The memory card slot was empty. Someone had collected the data recently, or perhaps the camera was non-functional. I considered taking it down, but decided against tampering with what might be legitimate research equipment. As I continued hiking, more cameras appeared, always placed in locations that offered clear views of the trail. By the 5th one, anxiety gnawed at me. This didn't feel like standard wildlife monitoring. It felt targeted. The lookout tower appeared on the horizon around 2 p.m., a wooden structure perched atop a rocky outcrop, its windows reflecting the afternoon sun. According to my guidebook, it had been decommissioned decades ago but was maintained as an emergency shelter. As I approached, I noticed fresh boot prints in the muddy path leading to the tower, different from the strange, elongated prints at my previous campsite, but definitely recent. The tower door stood slightly ajar. I hesitated, then called out, "Hello? Anyone there?" When no response came, I pushed the door open. The single room contained the standard lookout furnishings: a small desk, a metal frame bed with a thin mattress, and a wood stove in the corner. Maps of the surrounding wilderness covered one wall, some yellowed with age, others surprisingly new. What caught my attention were the photographs pinned to another wall, dozens of them, showing hikers on various sections of the trail I'd been following. In several images, I recognized locations I'd passed through earlier that day. A chill worked its way down my spine as I examined them more closely. The photos appeared to have been taken over several weeks, documenting multiple hikers. Their faces had been systematically crossed out with red marker, all except for 3 that remained untouched. With mounting horror, I realized one of the unmarked photos showed me at the trailhead yesterday, shouldering my pack as I began my journey. I backed away from the wall, nearly tripping over something on the floor, a journal bound in what appeared to be dark leather. When I picked it up, pages fell open to reveal handwritten entries filled with disjointed observations. Day 143, another one on the trail. Male, approximately 30, 35, traveling alone. Good physical condition, documenting his route. Potential. Day 145. The transformation continues. The hunger grows stronger. Need to find another soon. The ritual requires completion before the next full moon. Day 146. Found him, watching now. He destroyed the offering circle. This one will do nicely. The final entry was dated yesterday. My hands trembled as I replaced the journal exactly where I'd found it. Whoever had written those entries likely intended to return. I needed to leave immediately. As I turned to go, I noticed something I'd overlooked. A collection of personal items arranged carefully on a shelf. Watches, wedding rings, a driver's license, prescription glasses. Trophies, I realized with sickening clarity. I backed out of the tower and descended the steps rapidly, no longer concerned about leaving evidence of my presence. The sun had dipped behind the mountains, casting long shadows across the alpine meadow. I couldn't risk traveling in darkness, but neither could I stay at the lookout. I needed to find shelter elsewhere and reassess my route. 2 miles down the trail, I found a secluded spot between several large boulders that offered some protection from the wind and concealment from the path. I set up my tent with shaking hands, repeatedly scanning my surroundings. The sensation of being watched had intensified to an almost unbearable degree. Just before complete darkness fell, I noticed a figure standing motionless at the edge of a distant ridge, tall and unnaturally thin, silhouetted against the darkening sky. When I blinked, it was gone. Exhaustion eventually overcame fear, and I drifted into uneasy sleep. Sometime in the deepest part of night, I jerked awake to the sound of that same yipping scream. Closer now. Much closer. Through the thin fabric of my tent, I could make out a shadow passing by, human-shaped but moving with an odd, loping gait. I remained absolutely still, barely breathing, my hand clutching my hunting knife. The shadow paused near my tent, so close I could hear breathing, ragged and uneven. Then it moved on, seeming to sniff the air as it went. I didn't sleep again that night. When dawn finally broke, I packed quickly and silently. As I shouldered my backpack, my foot struck something that hadn't been there the night before. A small bundle of twigs bound with what looked disturbingly like human hair, placed deliberately at my tent entrance. I was being hunted. My original 5-day itinerary no longer mattered. I needed to get back to civilization as quickly as possible. The shortest route would take me over Granite Pass and down to the ranger station at Cascade River Road, approximately 18 miles of difficult terrain. If I pushed hard, I might make it by nightfall. I studied my topographic map, looking for alternatives. The standard trail would be the most direct, but also the most predictable. If someone was tracking me, they'd anticipate that choice. An unmarked game trail branched east before the pass, eventually connecting with an old mining road, longer, but potentially safer. Decision made, I set off at a brisk pace, fighting the urge to run. Running would waste precious energy I might need later. The morning air bit sharply as the trail climbed through rocky terrain. Every few minutes I stopped to listen and observe my surroundings, scanning ridgelines and shadows for movement. 3 miles into my hike, I found the first evidence that I was indeed being followed. Fresh boot prints overlapping my own from yesterday, heading in the same direction. More disturbing was what lay beside them. Parallel drag marks, as if something heavy had been pulled along the ground. I increased my pace, ignoring the burning in my legs as the trail steepened. The forest had thinned to scattered pines, offering little concealment but better visibility. Every sound, a branch creaking in the wind, a distant rockfall, sent adrenaline coursing through my system. Near midday, I reached the junction where the game trail split from the main path. I deliberately continued on the main trail for another 100 yards before doubling back through a stream bed, leaving as few traces as possible before taking the game trail. The tactic would buy me time, but not much. Anyone with tracking experience would eventually figure it out. The game trail proved more challenging than anticipated. Overgrown in sections and barely visible in others, it forced me to move more slowly than I'd hoped. My water supply dwindled faster than planned due to the exertion and stress. According to my map, a small creek crossed the path about 2 miles ahead. I reached the creek around 2 p.m. and paused to refill my water bottles, adding purification tablets. As I waited for the tablets to work, I noticed something unnatural among the rocks downstream. A crude structure assembled from branches and animal bones. It resembled the kind of marker a hiker might leave to indicate direction, except for the deliberate arrangement of small animal skulls atop it. My skin prickled with goosebumps. Someone wanted me to know I was being followed. I abandoned the rest period I'd planned and continued eastward, now moving off trail entirely, using my compass and map to navigate through increasingly rugged territory. By late afternoon, clouds had rolled in, obscuring the mountain peaks and diffusing the sunlight. The temperature dropped noticeably. According to my GPS, I'd covered nearly 12 miles, still 6 miles short of the ranger station. I wouldn't make it before dark. I found a defensible position, a small alcove in a cliff face partially hidden by vegetation, and began preparing a minimal camp. No tent tonight, just my sleeping bag and tarp positioned for quick departure. I gathered rocks to create a small barrier at the alcove entrance and collected several stout branches that could serve as makeshift weapons. As I worked, something white caught my eye amid the undergrowth about 50 yards away. I approached cautiously, dreading what I might find. A backpack, torn and partially emptied, lay against a tree trunk. Nearby camping equipment had been scattered as if in a struggle. A broken headlamp, a torn map, a single hiking boot. Most disturbing was the sleeping bag, slashed open with what must have been a knife or claw. The gear looked relatively new, but had been exposed to the elements for at least a few days. I searched for identification, finding a wallet containing a driver's license for a man from Portland, one of the faces I'd seen in the unmarked photographs at the lookout tower. According to the date on his wilderness permit, also in the wallet, he'd entered the backcountry just 1 week earlier. The implications turned my blood cold. I photographed everything with my phone, then collected the ID and permit. When I made it out, I would report this to authorities. Returning to my alcove, I completed my preparations and settled in as dusk fell. I ate a cold dinner, not risking a fire that might reveal my location. The cloud cover had thickened, promising rain and eliminating any moonlight that might have helped visibility. The rain began around 9 p.m., a gentle patter that gradually intensified to a steady downpour. While it would make travel miserable, it offered one advantage. The sound would mask any noises I might make, and the rain would obscure my scent and tracks. I dozed fitfully until approximately midnight, when a sound cut through the rainfall, a low, rhythmic chanting coming from somewhere in the darkness. The words were indistinct but had a pattern that raised the hairs on my neck. Against all better judgment, I crept to the edge of my alcove and peered out. Through the curtain of rain, approximately 200 yards downslope, a faint orange glow flickered between the trees. Someone had built a fire despite the downpour. As my eyes adjusted, I could make out a figure moving around the flames, its movements jerky and unnatural. Even from this distance, something about the figure's proportions seemed wrong. Limbs too long, posture too hunched. It appeared to be wearing some kind of headdress or mask with protruding antlers or branches. As I watched, it raised something to the fire, something that looked disturbingly like clothing similar to what the missing hiker had worn. The chanting grew louder as the figure made a series of gestures toward the flames. Then it stopped abruptly and turned in my direction, as if sensing my observation. I couldn't make out facial features through the rain and distance, but I felt its gaze lock onto my position with terrible certainty. I retreated silently into my alcove, heart hammering in my chest. The rational part of my brain suggested I was witnessing some isolated individual, perhaps suffering from mental illness or drug-induced psychosis, playing out disturbed fantasies in the wilderness. The primal part of my brain screamed that I was facing something far worse. Whichever was true, I knew I couldn't stay. I packed my essential gear with trembling hands and prepared to move out, despite the darkness and rain. Better to risk injury on the trail than face whatever approached through the night. Just as I shouldered my pack, a high-pitched, ululating cry echoed through the forest, the same yipping scream I'd heard before, but now charged with triumph. It had found my trail. I ran. The rain transformed the forest floor into treacherous terrain, slick rocks, concealed roots, and mud that sucked at my boots with each step. My headlamp carved a weak tunnel through the darkness, barely illuminating 3 feet ahead. I'd abandoned stealth for speed, moving as rapidly as the conditions allowed, constantly scanning for landmarks to match against my map. That cry had changed everything. Whatever pursued me was closing the distance. I'd glimpsed enough at the fire to know I wanted no closer encounter. My GPS indicated I'd veered off course, now heading northeast instead of due east. The error would add miles to my journey, but might confuse my pursuer. I decided to maintain this direction until I intersected the abandoned mining road marked on my map. Thunder rolled across the mountains, followed seconds later by lightning that momentarily transformed night to day. In that flash, I saw something that stopped me cold. A figure on a ridge to my left, silhouetted against the sky. Even at that distance, I could tell it wasn't moving like a human. It loped forward with a jerky, disjointed gait, head swiveling unnaturally as it scanned the forest below. I doused my headlamp and dropped to a crouch, heart threatening to burst from my chest. The darkness enveloped me completely. I fumbled in my pack for my satellite messenger, fingers slipping on the wet plastic as I typed an SOS message with my coordinates and a brief explanation. Being stalked in backcountry, send help immediately. The device blinked 3 times, indicating transmission attempt, then displayed an error. No signal. The mountains and storm were blocking transmission. I'd need higher ground or clearer skies. Another lightning flash revealed the figure had descended from the ridge and was moving through the trees, closing the distance between us. It appeared to be tracking something, head down, moving in a zigzag pattern that horrifyingly resembled a predator following a scent. I retreated deeper into the undergrowth, moving as silently as possible despite the rain and darkness. Every few yards I stopped to listen, straining to hear anything beyond the patter of raindrops and the occasional rumble of thunder. After what felt like hours, but was probably only 40 minutes, I reached the mining road, little more than an overgrown track now, but distinct enough to follow. According to my map, it descended through a ravine before eventually connecting with the main Forest Service road, approximately 4 miles ahead. The rain had begun to slacken, which improved visibility, but meant my pursuer would have an easier time tracking me. I needed to move faster, despite my exhaustion and the treacherous footing. Around 3 a.m., the clouds briefly parted, revealing a waning moon that cast weak silver light across the landscape. The improved visibility allowed me to increase my pace, but also exposed me more completely. I'd traveled perhaps 2 miles along the mining road when I heard it, the crack of a branch breaking somewhere behind me, followed by that distinctive yipping call closer than before. I abandoned all pretense of stealth and ran, my pack bouncing painfully against my back. The mining road deteriorated further, becoming little more than a deer path that wound between massive boulders. My lungs burned and my legs trembled with fatigue, but terror provided fresh reserves of energy. Rounding a sharp bend in the path, I skidded to a stop. The road ended abruptly at a washout, a section where spring floods had carved away the hillside, creating a 20-foot drop to a stream bed below. No way around it. I'd have to backtrack and find another route. As I turned, movement caught my eye, a dark shape detaching itself from the shadows at the bend I'd just navigated. The figure stood upright, but wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin, its proportions subtly distorted. It wore what appeared to be tattered clothing beneath some kind of animal skin draped over its shoulders. Its face remained in shadow, but I caught the gleam of eyes reflecting the moonlight. We stood frozen for several heartbeats, separated by perhaps 50 yards of narrow trail. Then it spoke, a hoarse, rasping voice that sounded as if it hadn't been used for normal speech in a very long time. "Nowhere left to run." The voice jolted me from paralysis. I backed toward the washout, searching desperately for options. The stream bed below might offer a path, if I could reach it without breaking my neck. As the figure took its first step toward me, I made my decision. I shrugged off my heavy backpack, keeping only my knife, water bottle, and satellite messenger. The weight reduction would make climbing down the washout marginally safer. As I secured these essential items to my belt, the figure continued its approach, not rushing, but moving with the confident patience of a predator that knows its prey is cornered. Lightning flashed again, illuminating details I wish I hadn't seen. The figure's face partially covered by what appeared to be a crude mask made from animal hide, antlers rising from its head, and hands that held something long and curved, a hunting knife or some primitive blade. I reached the edge of the washout and began a desperate scramble down the eroded hillside, using roots and rock outcroppings as handholds. The surface was slick with mud, and twice I nearly lost my grip. Behind and above me, I heard movement as my pursuer reached the edge and began its own descent. I dropped the final 6 feet, landing hard on the rocky stream bed. Pain shot through my ankle, but adrenaline allowed me to push through it. The stream itself was swollen from the rain, flowing rapidly between moss-covered boulders. I began following it downstream, sometimes wading through knee-deep water when the banks became too steep to navigate. Behind me, I heard splashing. My pursuer had reached the stream bed and was following. I pushed harder, ignoring the pain in my ankle and the numbness spreading through my rain-soaked limbs. The stream entered a narrow gorge where the water ran deeper and faster. Swimming would be dangerous in these conditions, but I had little choice. I plunged into the current, allowing it to carry me forward while struggling to keep my head above water. The frigid water shocked my system, temporarily clearing the fog of exhaustion. I managed to angle toward the opposite bank, catching hold of an exposed tree root and pulling myself out of the current. I lay there for precious seconds, gasping for breath before forcing myself upright. Through the diminishing rain, I saw moonlight reflecting off what appeared to be a metal surface downstream, perhaps an old mining structure or equipment. I moved toward it, discovering the rusted remains of a water sluice, and more importantly, a dilapidated cabin partially concealed by vegetation. The cabin door hung askew on a single hinge. Inside, the floor was littered with debris, rotted furniture, animal droppings, fallen ceiling beams. Not an ideal shelter, but it might offer temporary concealment and a chance to try the satellite messenger again. I wedged myself into a corner where I could watch the door while remaining hidden from outside view. My hands shook violently as I activated the satellite messenger. This time, no error message appeared. The transmission had gone through. Now, I just needed to survive until help arrived, which could be hours or even a full day given my remote location. From my position, I could see a section of the stream through gaps in the cabin wall. Something moved along the bank, a shadow among shadows, methodically examining the ground. It paused where I had exited the water, then raised its head and appeared to sniff the air. I pressed deeper into my corner, controlling my breathing as the figure turned toward the cabin. It approached with that same unnerving, loping gait, pausing at the threshold. For one terrible moment, I thought it would enter, but instead it circled the structure, occasionally scraping something against the exterior walls. After completing the circuit, it retreated to the tree line and became still, watching, waiting. I realized with growing horror that it wasn't leaving. It was settling in for a siege. Dawn was still hours away, and with it any realistic hope of rescue. My pursuer seemed prepared to wait, confident in its advantage. I examined my meager resources, a hunting knife, half a bottle of water, and a device that had summoned help that might arrive too late. As the night crawled toward morning, I forced myself to confront the reality of my situation. If rescue didn't arrive soon, I would become too weak from exhaustion and exposure to effectively defend myself or escape. I needed a plan that didn't rely on outside intervention. The cabin itself offered few resources, but as I examined my surroundings more carefully, I noticed something I'd overlooked, a trapdoor in the floor, likely leading to a root cellar or storage space beneath the cabin. It might offer an alternative exit if I could open it without alerting what waited outside. Moving as silently as possible, I cleared debris from the trapdoor and located a recessed iron ring handle. The wood had swollen with moisture, requiring considerable effort to lift. It finally gave with a muted groan that seemed thunderous in the silent cabin. A ladder descended into darkness. I activated my phone's flashlight, revealing a small cellar partially filled with stagnant water. More importantly, I spotted what appeared to be a drainage tunnel leading away from the cabin, tight but potentially navigable. Outside, something scraped against the cabin wall again, closer to the door this time. My pursuer's patience was evidently wearing thin. I had to make my choice: remain and confront whatever lurked outside, or descend into the flooded tunnel with no certainty of where it led, or whether I could even fit through its entire length. As the first hint of pre-dawn gray lightened the eastern sky, I lowered myself into the cellar, pulling the trapdoor closed above me. The tunnel entrance barely accommodated my shoulders, but I forced myself forward into the unknown darkness, away from the horror that had tracked me through the night. What waited at the tunnel's end, I couldn't know, but it had to be better than what I was leaving behind. The drainage tunnel constricted my movements to an agonizing crawl. Cold, stagnant water soaked through my clothing as I inched forward on elbows and knees. My phone's flashlight revealed rough-hewn walls supported by rotting timber braces, a relic from the area's mining history that had somehow survived decades of neglect and seasonal flooding. The air grew increasingly stale as I progressed, carrying the musty scent of fungus and decay. Claustrophobia threatened to overwhelm me in the narrow space. I focused on controlled breathing and the simple mechanics of movement. Reach forward, pull, push with toes, repeat. Each yard gained was a victory against panic. After perhaps 30 minutes of this grueling progress, I heard it. Faint at first, then unmistakable. Scraping sounds from behind me, back toward the cellar entrance. My pursuer had discovered my escape route and was following. I increased my pace despite the risk of injury, ignoring the splinters that tore at my palms and the sharp stones that bruised my knees through soaked pants. The tunnel began a gradual incline, and the water level decreased. I allowed myself a flicker of hope. Perhaps the passage would soon emerge above ground. That hope was short-lived. My light illuminated a partial collapse ahead, where the ceiling had caved in, leaving only a narrow gap near the top of the tunnel. Beyond the collapse, the tunnel appeared to continue, but navigating the obstruction would require squeezing through a space barely larger than my shoulders. Behind me, the sounds of pursuit grew louder, a rhythmic splashing accompanied by labored breathing that echoed unnaturally in the confined space. I had no choice but to attempt the squeeze. I positioned myself beneath the gap and reached upward, finding handholds in the debris. Using the last reserves of my strength, I pulled myself into the narrow opening. Halfway through, my pack caught on something. I contorted desperately, feeling my shirt tear as I wrenched myself forward inch by excruciating inch. With a final surge of effort, I broke free, tumbling down the other side of the collapse in a shower of dirt and small stones. Pain lanced through my shoulder where I'd struck the tunnel floor, but I forced myself back to hands and knees. The collapse now formed a barrier between me and my pursuer, temporary at best, but it might buy precious minutes. I continued forward, noting with relief that the tunnel widened slightly and the incline grew steeper. After another 100 yards of crawling, I detected a change in the air, a freshness that suggested an opening nearby. My light revealed the tunnel's exit ahead, partially concealed by vegetation, but clearly leading to the outside world. I emerged into early morning twilight among a jumble of boulders at the base of a ravine. Dawn had broken while I was underground, painting the eastern sky in pale yellows and blues. The rain had stopped completely, though water still dripped from saturated vegetation. Getting my bearings was critical. I climbed to higher ground and consulted my phone's GPS, which miraculously still functioned despite the moisture. My position placed me approximately 3 miles from the main Forest Service road, closer to civilization than I'd been before discovering the mining cabin. The satellite messenger at my belt chirped softly, indicating a received message. Emergency services notified. Search and rescue deploying to your coordinates. Maintain position if safe. Relief flooded through me, immediately tempered by the realization that my current position, while plotted by GPS, was not the location I'd sent in my distress call. Search and rescue would be looking in the wrong place unless I updated my coordinates. I quickly composed a new message with my current position and status, adding, "Being pursued, on the move toward Forest Service Road." After confirming transmission, I assessed my physical condition. My body was a catalog of minor injuries: scraped hands, bruised knees, a twisted ankle that had stiffened during my time in the tunnel, and various cuts that throbbed with each heartbeat. None were life-threatening, but collectively, they compromised my mobility and endurance. The hypothermia risk from my soaked clothing was perhaps the most immediate concern. The Forest Service Road represented safety, regular patrols, possible traffic, and cell phone coverage. If I could reach it before my pursuer emerged from the tunnel, I might survive this ordeal. I oriented myself toward the road and began moving as quickly as my injuries permitted, using the rising sun to maintain my eastward heading. The terrain gradually transitioned from rocky ravine to more open forest. Under different circumstances, I might have appreciated the beauty of dawn light filtering through the canopy, casting long shadows across the forest floor carpeted with pine needles and autumn leaves. After half an hour of steady progress, I paused to check my heading and listen for sounds of pursuit. The forest had awakened with morning birdsong, a reassuring sign. Predators, human or otherwise, tend to silence the natural chorus. I allowed myself a moment to rest against a tree trunk, sipping sparingly from my water bottle. The moment of respite ended abruptly when a sound cut through the morning stillness. That distinctive yipping call, but different now, tinged with rage rather than triumph. It came from behind me, but considerably distant. My pursuer had escaped the tunnel, but had not yet picked up my trail. I pushed onward with renewed determination, navigating by the occasional glimpse of mountains through breaks in the canopy. According to my map, a small ridge lay between my position and the Forest Service Road. If I could reach its summit, I would have clearer satellite reception for communications and better visibility of the surrounding terrain. The climb proved more challenging than anticipated. My twisted ankle protested each upward step, and my energy reserves were dangerously depleted after a night without rest or proper nutrition. Twice I stumbled, catching myself against trees to prevent a fall that might have resulted in more serious injury. Near the ridgetop, I discovered something unexpected: a recently used campsite with a fire ring still containing the charred remains of wood. Empty food packaging had been stuffed into a hollow tree trunk, and a trampled area suggested where a tent had stood. I searched the site carefully, finding a dropped compass and, more significantly, a digital camera partially hidden beneath fallen leaves. When I examined its memory card, I found dozens of photographs documenting a hiking trip, landscapes, wildlife, and selfies of a young woman enjoying the backcountry. The final images turned my blood cold. They showed the same figure I'd been fleeing, captured from a distance as it moved through the forest. The last photograph was a blurred shot of the figure much closer to the camera, clearly in pursuit of the photographer. I pocketed the camera as evidence and continued to the ridgetop, now moving with greater urgency despite my exhaustion. From the summit, I gained the overview I'd hoped for: the Forest Service Road visible as a thin line cutting through the wilderness approximately 1 mile east. More importantly, I spotted movement on that road, a vehicle moving slowly northward. Hope surged through me. I activated the satellite messenger again, confirming my position and indicating my intended route to the road. This time, the confirmation message contained more specific information. Search team deployed by helicopter. ETA your location, 45 minutes. Ground team on Forest Service Road. 45 minutes. I could reach the road well before then if I maintained a steady pace downhill. I began my descent, choosing a direct route that sacrificed stealth for speed. Halfway down the eastern slope, I heard it again, that yipping call, now to my left and much closer than before. My pursuer had somehow cut across my path and was now between me and the road. It was hurting me, I realized with dawning horror, using terrain knowledge to anticipate my movements and drive me in a specific direction, away from safety. I changed course immediately, veering southeast rather than due east. This approach would still intersect the road, but at a point further south than my original trajectory. The deviation would add distance, but might circumvent the trap being set for me. The forest thickened as I descended, limiting visibility to a few dozen yards in any direction. Every shadow harbored potential threat. Every sound triggered a surge of adrenaline. I moved as silently as my injured state allowed, pausing frequently to listen and observe. During one such pause, I heard the unmistakable sound of an approaching helicopter, the distinctive whump-whump of rotor blades growing steadily louder. Rescue was near, but so was my pursuer. I needed to reach open ground where the helicopter crew could spot me. According to my GPS, I was now less than half a mile from the road. Between my position and safety lay a section of particularly dense forest, followed by a small clearing that bordered the road itself. If I could reach that clearing, I would be visible from both air and ground. I pushed forward with desperate intensity, ignoring the protests of my battered body. The helicopter sounds grew louder, now accompanied by radio chatter too indistinct to understand. They were searching, calling my name into the wilderness. As I approached the edge of the dense forest section, movement flickered in my peripheral vision. A tall figure moving parallel to my course, matching my pace with uncanny precision. It remained just visible enough to let me know it was there, herding me like prey. The realization struck with terrible clarity. It was driving me away from the clearing, forcing me deeper into terrain where rescue would be difficult, if not impossible. This was not random pursuit, but calculated strategy. I had one advantage: knowledge of the approaching rescue that my pursuer might not possess. I made a split-second decision and changed direction abruptly, charging directly toward where I'd spotted movement. The maneuver caught my pursuer off guard. I glimpsed a startled figure in tattered clothing, backing away into denser foliage. This momentary confusion created the opening I needed. I sprinted toward the clearing with every ounce of remaining strength, crashing through underbrush and leaping over fallen logs with reckless abandon. My ankle screamed in protest, but survival instinct overrode the pain. I burst into the clearing just as the helicopter appeared overhead, its downdraft flattening the tall grass around me. I waved frantically, and a spotlight from the aircraft locked onto my position. Through the aircraft's external speakers, I heard an amplified voice. "We see you. Stay where you are." From the forest edge, another sound rose, a howl of frustration that contained both rage and despair. My pursuer stood partially concealed among the trees, watching as a rescue technician descended from the helicopter on a cable harness. Even at this distance, I could see its face clearly for the first time, gaunt and weathered beyond normal human limits, eyes reflecting the helicopter's spotlight with an animal-like gleam. As rescue personnel secured me in a harness for extraction, I pointed toward the forest edge, shouting to be heard above the rotor noise. "There! Someone there!" But when they turned to look, the figure had vanished, melting into the wilderness from which it had emerged. The helicopter delivered me to a regional medical center where doctors treated my physical injuries: severe dehydration, mild hypothermia, contusions, lacerations, and a moderately sprained ankle. The medical staff expressed amazement that I'd escaped more serious harm, given the ordeal I described. 2 county sheriff's deputies interviewed me that first day, taking detailed statements about my experience. I provided them with the camera I'd found, the ID from the missing hiker's backpack, and precise GPS coordinates for the lookout tower, and other significant locations from my account. Their expressions as I recounted my story shifted from professional concern to poorly concealed skepticism. When I described the figure pursuing me, its unnatural movements, the antlered headdress, the ritualistic elements, one deputy exchanged a glance with his colleague that clearly communicated their assessment: trauma-induced hallucination or outright fabrication. "We'll investigate thoroughly," the senior deputy assured me, though his tone suggested otherwise. "These mountains have a history of unusual incidents." I was released from the hospital after 2 days of observation with instructions to follow up with my primary physician and a referral for trauma counseling. The psychological impacts were proving more persistent than my physical injuries: insomnia, hypervigilance, and panic attacks triggered by certain sounds or movements glimpsed at the edge of vision. 3 days after my return home, a detective from the county sheriff's department contacted me with an update. They had found the lookout tower exactly as I'd described, including the wall of photographs, though the journal was missing. More significantly, they'd discovered human remains in a shallow grave near the fire site I had observed during my escape. Preliminary identification suggests the remains belong to the hiker whose ID you recovered, the detective informed me. Cause of death appears to be multiple stab wounds, but we're awaiting the medical examiner's complete report. When I asked about the figure I'd encountered, the detective's response was measured, but revealing. We found unusual footprints matching your description in several locations. The forensic team is analyzing them now, but initial assessment suggests they were made by someone wearing modified footwear, possibly to create an intimidation factor or mask their true identity. What about the cameras along the trail? I pressed. We recovered 12 surveillance cameras. They appear to have been placed over several months. Most memory cards were missing, but we retrieved footage from 2 units. They show multiple hikers being observed and selected, for lack of a better term. I wasn't surprised when the detective confirmed they had no suspects in custody. Whoever, or whatever, had stalked me through those mountains knew the terrain intimately and had established patterns that suggested long-term presence in the wilderness. They wouldn't be easily found by conventional search methods. In the weeks that followed, further discoveries emerged. The authorities identified 3 additional sets of human remains in the general vicinity of the lookout tower. All were hikers reported missing over the past 18 months. Evidence suggested they had been stalked, killed, and subjected to what the official reports delicately termed post-mortem ritualistic treatment. The media inevitably caught wind of the story. Initial reports focused on the rescue and recovery operation, but soon speculation about the Cascade Stalker or the Backwoods Butcher dominated local headlines. Several journalists contacted me for interviews, which I declined. My experience felt too personal, too horrifying to become fodder for sensationalistic reporting. 6 weeks after my rescue, I received another call from the detective. They had identified a suspect, a former Forestry Service employee who had disappeared into the backcountry 3 years earlier after exhibiting increasingly erratic behavior. His last known communications included rambling journal entries about becoming one with the forest and learning the old ways. We believe he's been living off the grid, possibly in seasonal hunting camps or abandoned structures like the mining cabin you discovered, the detective explained. The psychological profile suggests paranoid schizophrenia exacerbated by isolation and possibly influenced by local Native American legends about skinwalkers and similar entities. I asked the question that had haunted me since my rescue. Do you think you'll find him? The detective's hesitation spoke volumes. We're conducting regular patrols of the area and have trail cameras installed at strategic locations, but the territory is vast and he knows it better than we do. Time and weather are working against us. What he didn't say, but what I understood implicitly. If they didn't find him before winter set in, the case would likely go cold until spring, if not indefinitely. I still attend weekly therapy sessions to process the trauma. The nightmares have diminished in frequency, but not intensity. In them, I'm always back in that forest, running through endless trees while something pursues me with patient, inhuman determination. My therapist suggests these dreams represent unresolved fear rather than any premonition. I want a believer. Yet sometimes, when I wake sweating and trembling in the darkest hours of night, I find myself checking the locks on my doors and windows, drawing the curtains tight against the darkness. Because I know what's out there. I've seen it with my own eyes, a human being who chose to become something else, something that straddles the boundary between man and monster. The authorities frame it in clinical terms: mental illness, isolation, psychotic break. But these explanations feel insufficient against the primal horror I experienced. Yesterday, I received a package from the sheriff's department, personal effects recovered during their investigation that they determined belonged to me. my abandoned backpack, somewhat weathered but largely intact. As I unpacked it, something fell from a side pocket, a small bundle of twigs bound with what appeared to be animal sinew, similar to what had been placed outside my tent that night, but not identical. I hadn't placed it there. It wasn't mine. The note accompanying the package indicated it had been recovered 2 weeks ago, long after my rescue. I've contacted the detective again, but he hasn't returned my calls. The local news reports that another hiker has gone missing in the North Cascades, last seen near Granite Pass. Tonight, I'll check the locks again, though I understand now that physical barriers offer little protection. The thing that pursued me through those mountains, man or monster or something in between, is still out there, still hunting. And somewhere deep inside, a terrible certainty grows. Our encounter remains unfinished. This account is based on personal experience, though certain details have been altered to protect ongoing investigation. If you hike in the North Cascades, particularly in the Granite Pass region, never travel alone and always register your itinerary with park rangers. Some predators are not recognized by conventional wilderness safety guidelines. Ever since I was a little girl, geology has always been my one true passion. It started when I was 7 years old, when my dad took me and my brother on a family camping trip to Mammoth Cave National Park in my home state of Kentucky. We didn't go specifically to see the caves, but since it's a huge attraction in the park, enough so that it's named after it, we decided to go along to see what all the fuss was about. And it was a visit that would have a lasting impact on the rest of my life. At first, even though we were on a guided tour accompanied by a park ranger, I was genuinely frightened. We were walking down into this dark, dingy space unfit for human habitation. And to 7-year-old me, it could have been home to any number of terrifying subterranean monsters. Once I realized that we were just as safe below the earth as we were on the surface, the fear mellowed into a tingling excitement that had a profound effect on me. It felt like we were treading into some hallowed, forbidden space, with the stalactites and stalagmites giving the place an otherworldly, alien feel. And from that day forward, I was hooked. I was that kid in high school who waxed lyrical about their collection of geodes, and every single accessory I owned was bejeweled with either rose quartz, azurite, amethyst, or pyrite. God forbid you complimented me on any of them, because you'd always get an earful of what kind of stone it was, where it came from, or how it was formed. Naturally, I had my heart set on getting a degree in geology before I'd even entered into high school, and after a few blissful years of immersing myself in my favorite subject, I decided I didn't want to leave. That's how I ended up becoming a research fellow at the University of New Mexico's Department of Earth and Planetary Sciences, with my specialty being field research. However, it was through my field research that I ended up going on the second caving trip that ended up changing my life. And unlike my first, which undoubtedly changed my life for the better, the second ended up changing it for the worse. In 2014, I was presented with the opportunity of a lifetime, a chance at conducting research in the Lechuguilla cave system near Carlsbad, New Mexico. To understand why this was such an amazing opportunity for me, I have to give you a little bit of backstory regarding the cave's history. And since I feel like I've already given you my life story, I'll try to keep it as short and sweet as possible. Up until the mid-'80s, geologists believed that Lechuguilla was just a small, insignificant cave full of nothing but dry, dead-end passages. But in 1984, a group of cavers discovered that not only was Lechuguilla actually the 8th longest cave system in the world, but it was the deepest in the entire United States. So far, geologists have mapped over 150 miles of caves and tunnels that extend almost half a mile beneath the earth, and it's still not completely explored. Access is limited to approved scientific researchers, survey and exploration teams, and it can sometimes take literally years for the Bureau of Land Management to grant permission to conduct a research assignment. Knowing how restricted access to Lechuguilla was, I'm sure you can imagine my excitement when I heard that not only was it our department that had been granted permission, but I was one of the researchers chosen to conduct fieldwork. Even so, all was not set in stone, and I had to jump through several hoops to guarantee my place on the team. As some of you might know, caving can be extremely dangerous, even to experienced field researchers such as myself. With that in mind, each potential member of the field team was subjected to a rigorous medical examination to ensure they were fit enough to be chosen. Obviously, this was for both insurance and security purposes, as no one with any underlying medical conditions could be allowed to potentially jeopardize such an important field trip. The psychological evaluation was equally intense. 3 separate sessions with the university psychologist, a battery of standardized tests, and a final evaluation by the department head. I can still remember the tension I felt waiting for the results. The email arrived at 3:42 a.m. on a Tuesday. I wasn't sleeping anyway. The anticipation had me checking my inbox every 20 minutes. When I saw the words, "Lechuguilla Research Team confirmed participants," my hands trembled so badly I nearly dropped my phone. My name was there, 4th on the list. I remember pressing my hand against my mouth to keep from screaming with joy and waking my roommate. I'd made it. I was going to Lechuguilla. The selection process had whittled our original pool of 12 candidates down to just 4. Not only were we some of the brightest and best in our field, we were also some of the fittest and most mentally sound researchers in the entire United States. We felt like the elite forces of geology or something, like we were the best of the best. But being the fittest and most competent couldn't stop what would happen to us down there in Lechuguilla. The events of that field trip have haunted me for almost 9 long years now. Over the next 6 weeks, I prepared obsessively. I doubled my regular workouts, focusing on core strength and flexibility. I studied every available map of the cave system, memorizing the known passages, junctions, and chambers. I practiced with the specialized equipment we'd be using, getting comfortable with the weight and feel of it. I even started sleeping on the floor occasionally, conditioning my body for the hard surfaces we'd encounter below. The field team consisted of myself, a fellow UNM researcher and longtime mentor named Joaquin, and 2 other field researchers, one from Louisiana State University and another from the University of Texas at Austin, both of whom shall remain nameless for reasons that will become obvious. We met twice before our eventual drive over to White City, and each time I remember walking away thinking very highly of the 2 researchers from Texas and Louisiana. Both guys were true field geologists, had both passed the medical exams, and both seemed like they could handle the outdoors enough to camp in the desert for a week. The LSU researcher particularly impressed me. He was in his early 40s with 15 years of caving experience in some of the most challenging systems in North America. He had an easy confidence about him, the kind that comes from genuine expertise rather than bravado. When he spoke about cave formations or geological processes, everyone listened. He had a particular interest in the unusual sulfuric acid dissolution that had formed Lechuguilla, a process dramatically different from how most caves develop. The UT Austin researcher was younger, maybe 30, with boundless enthusiasm and a brilliant analytical mind. He specialized in microbiology and was eager to study the unique bacteria that thrive in Lechuguilla's isolated environment. Some of these microorganisms had been sealed away from the surface for millions of years, evolving in complete isolation, and he believed they might hold medical significance, perhaps even novel antibiotics. Joaquin, my mentor, was approaching retirement but remained as physically capable as researchers half his age. He had a weathered face that crinkled around the eyes when he laughed, which was often. Despite his cheerful demeanor, he was meticulous in his preparations, checking and double-checking our equipment with the careful attention of someone who knows exactly how dangerous our undertaking would be. By the time it came for us all to meet up in White City, I felt very confident that the field trip was going to go off without a hitch. The plan was to hike from White City to the entrance of the Lechuguilla cave system, set up camp just outside of it, then use the camp as our field HQ, while spending several days working our way in and out of the cave. gradually getting deeper as the days went on. The morning of our departure arrived with a spectacular New Mexico sunrise, the sky ablaze with orange and pink as we loaded the final supplies into our vehicles. The drive to the trailhead was filled with animated discussion about the research ahead, and by the time we began our hike, my excitement was nearly overwhelming. The entrance to Lechuguilla is unassuming, a small, unremarkable opening in the limestone that gives no hint of the vast network beneath. We set up our base camp efficiently, each of us falling into our assigned roles. Joaquin supervised the establishment of our communications equipment, ensuring we could maintain contact with the surface team, who would be monitoring our expedition. For the first few days, it was one of the most incredible field trips I've ever been on. The research was electric, the subject matter titanic, and the people I was with were all the very best at what they did. I think I soaked up more knowledge and experience from them in a few days than I had over the past 18 months. It was nothing short of heaven. On our first day below, we explored only the upper levels, areas that had been well mapped and studied. Even so, the beauty was breathtaking. Delicate, crystalline formations hung from the ceilings and rose from the floors in impossible shapes. The light from our headlamps caught the mineral deposits, sending rainbows dancing across the walls. The cave seemed to breathe around us, the subtle air currents causing minute changes in temperature that you could feel on your skin if you stood still enough. We collected samples methodically, photographing and documenting everything according to protocol. The UT Austin researcher was particularly animated, discovering several colonies of bacteria that he hadn't expected to find at this level. His enthusiasm was contagious, and even Joaquin, who had seen more caves than the rest of us combined, seemed reinvigorated by his excitement. Each night we emerged from the cave exhausted but fulfilled, sharing our findings around the campfire, planning the next day's expedition, and sometimes simply sitting in companionable silence beneath the vast desert sky. The contrast between the enclosed world below and the infinite expanse above was striking, a reminder of the different scales at which our planet operates. As we ventured deeper on the second and third days, the cave revealed more of its secrets. We descended through narrow passages that opened suddenly into vast chambers, some large enough to house a cathedral. The formations became more exotic, curtains of flowstone that rippled like frozen waterfalls, delicate helictites that defied gravity, growing horizontally or even upward in curious spirals. The silence down there was absolute. When we turned off our lights and stopped moving, the darkness and quiet were so complete that I could hear my own heartbeat. In those moments, I understood why early humans regarded caves with such reverence and fear. There is something primal about being so deep within the earth, cut off from the sun, dependent entirely on your own resources and preparation. But despite the inherent unease of our surroundings, those first 3 days were marked by discovery and camaraderie. We worked well together, each contributing their expertise, supporting one another through the physically demanding traverses. The LSU researcher in particular seemed in his element, moving through the most challenging passages with ease, pointing out geological features the rest of us might have missed. None of us could have predicted how drastically everything would change on the 4th day. The 4th day began like the others. We ate breakfast together, reviewed our research objectives, and checked our equipment before entering the cave. Our plan was to push deeper than we had before, into an area that had been mapped but not extensively studied. The LSU researcher was especially eager, mentioning a particular chamber he wanted to examine that was known for its unusual mineral formations. The descent took nearly 3 hours. We moved carefully through a series of tight squeezes, rappelled down a 40-foot vertical shaft, and traversed a narrow ledge above a seemingly bottomless pit. The effort was worth it when we arrived at our destination, a massive chamber with walls that glittered with enormous gypsum crystals, some nearly transparent and longer than my arm. We worked methodically throughout the day, each focusing on our specific research areas. I was documenting a series of unusual erosion patterns that suggested periodic flooding in the distant past, while Joaquin collected mineral samples for later analysis. The UT Austin researcher carefully swabbed various surfaces, preserving bacterial samples in sealed containers. The LSU researcher moved somewhat apart from us, examining a series of small side passages that branched off from the main chamber. I noticed him spending a long time at one particular opening, shining his light into it from different angles, occasionally making notes, but mostly just staring. When Joaquin called out that we should begin our return journey, he seemed reluctant to leave. As we made our ascent, he was unusually quiet. While the rest of us discussed our findings excitedly, he responded only in monosyllables, his mind clearly elsewhere. Back at camp, he barely touched his dinner and excused himself early, saying he needed to review his notes. I should explain that on that evening, after we had all retired to our tents, our colleague from LSU went back into the caves. We were all absolutely exhausted from the day's caving, but for some reason, he wanted to head back into Lechuguilla to explore a little deeper into the tunnel that we hadn't fully investigated yet. Generally speaking, solo caving is extremely frowned upon. It's seen as irresponsible and overly dangerous, as if you get stuck or trapped somewhere, there's no one to help you or report that you're missing. But since this guy was easily one of the most experienced cavers any of us had ever worked with, we figured he'd have the sense not to get himself into any dangerous situations. So off he went, down into the caves to do a little extra research. He'd said that it'd be 2 hours at the most, and that he'd be back well before sundown. But those 2 hours came and went without any word from him. Like I said, he was very experienced, but after 2 hours became 3, and almost 4, we started getting pretty worried about him. The temperature had dropped significantly, and a wind had picked up, sending swirls of dust through our campsite. Joaquin tried to raise him on the radio several times, but there was no response. Not unusual given the depth and composition of the cave, which often blocked signals. We debated whether to go after him, with Joaquin arguing that he was experienced enough to handle himself, while the UT researcher and I felt we should at least check the entrance. Finally, we compromised. We would give him 1 more hour, and if he hadn't returned by then, we'd alert the surface support team and prepare a search. We spent that hour in tense silence, each of us imagining worst-case scenarios: a fall, a cave-in, equipment failure. And right before we were gearing up to head down into the cave after him, he suddenly reappeared, looking extremely pale. We asked if everything was okay, expecting to hear some story about a close call in a tunnel, something of that nature. But to our surprise, he told us that he was fine, and that he'd found something after exploring one of the caves that was very pertinent to our research. When we asked him what it was and if he'd taken any pictures or video, he shook his head, saying if he had known he was going to run into it, he'd have brought a camera. We asked him again what it was that he'd seen, and after struggling to find the words, all he'd tell us was, "You guys got to see this to believe it." His appearance was deeply unsettling. Though he insisted he was uninjured, he looked physically ill. His skin had a grayish tinge, and a fine sheen of sweat covered his face despite the cool night air. His eyes were the most disturbing, wide and unfocused, darting around as if tracking the movement of something the rest of us couldn't see. For the final few hours that we were awake, we pressed him on exactly what it was, and the more he refused to put it into words, the more I found a deep suspicion growing inside of me. From my perspective, the idea that an experienced geologist and caver was simply incapable of describing what he saw was nothing short of impossible. And at the time, there was only one explanation for his behavior. I thought he wanted to guard what he'd seen, so he could gain personal prestige from the find, but there was also something very unsettling about his behavior. And that was how frightened he seemed to be as a result of his discovery. It was like he didn't want to show us because he was afraid of what might happen, but at the time I simply dismissed this as a kind of selfish, greedy glory-seeking. But how wrong I was. That night, I struggled to fall asleep. The wind had intensified, making the tent walls flutter and snap. But it wasn't just the noise keeping me awake. It was the memory of our colleague's face, the haunted look in his eyes. I kept replaying his words in my mind, trying to imagine what could possibly have affected him so strongly. Eventually, I drifted into a fitful doze, only to be jolted awake by sounds of a struggle. At first, it just sounded like they were engaged in a heated but hushed argument of some kind in the tent that the LSU and the UT Austin researchers were sharing. The canvas walls muffled their words, but the intensity was clear. Sharp whispers rising occasionally into strained, urgent tones. I lay still, telling myself it was none of my business, just a disagreement between colleagues. Then I heard a yelp of what sounded like pain, followed by a series of thumping sounds, a body hitting the ground, thrashing. I grabbed my flashlight and scrambled out of my sleeping bag. I quickly woke Joaquin from his sleep and told him what I was hearing. And when he heard some horrific sort of wheezing sound, he ran out of our tent and over to the other. When he pulled open the flap, the beam of his headlamp illuminated a scene that branded itself permanently into my memory. The LSU researcher was straddling the chest of the UT Austin researcher, his hands clamped around his throat. The younger man's face was purple, his eyes bulging, feet drumming against the ground in desperate, weakening kicks. What struck me most wasn't just the violence of the act, but the expression on the LSU researcher's face. It wasn't rage or hatred. It was terror. Pure, unadulterated terror, as if he wasn't trying to kill his colleague, but rather some horrific thing that only he could see. "He knows! He knows!" he kept repeating in a voice that sounded nothing like his own, higher, strained, almost childlike in its panic. "I can't let him tell. I can't let any of you know what's down there." It took all our strength to separate them, but by then, it was far too late. Joaquin tackled him from the side while I tried to pry his fingers from the younger man's throat. His strength was unnatural, fueled by whatever madness had seized him. The UT researcher had gone limp, his lips blue, a trickle of blood running from his nose. When we finally managed to break his grip, Joaquin immediately began CPR on the unconscious researcher while I tried to restrain his attacker. But the man was beyond reason, thrashing and scratching, his eyes wild and unfocused. He kept muttering, sometimes in coherent sentences, sometimes in fragmented phrases that made no sense. The walls, moving, breathing. They've been down there all along, watching us, studying us. They know we know. The UT Austin researcher has since suffered irreparable brain damage as a result of oxygen starvation. It's more likely that he'll never walk or eat unassisted for the remainder of his life. The LSU researcher was impossible to restrain, even once we pulled him off the other researcher. We tried everything we could to hold him down, but in the end, Joaquin was left with a split lip, and my nose was completely shattered after the deranged man slammed his forehead into my face. The pain was excruciating, a white-hot explosion across my face that momentarily blinded me. I fell back, hands clutching my shattered nose, warm blood pouring between my fingers. Through watering eyes, I saw him break from Joaquin's grip with a violent twist, knocking my mentor to the ground. And then he was running, not toward the trail that would lead back to civilization, but toward the cave entrance. Without a helmet, without a light, without supplies. He plunged into the darkness as if something was pulling him in, the night swallowing him whole. After he broke from our grip, we're almost certain that he ran back into the cave without any food, water, or protective clothing. And that is the last time we ever saw him. We were in no rush to pursue him, after all. Didn't think that he could just up and disappear in there. Even if all the tunnels are unexplored, there's still a limited amount of space where a person might try to hide themselves. Our focus was getting the UT Austin researcher the medical attention he needed. But even so, we just couldn't get him to a hospital in time to prevent permanent damage. The hours that followed blur together in my memory, a montage of desperate measures and crushing realizations. Joaquin continued CPR until the UT researcher began breathing again, but it was shallow and irregular. We used our satellite phone to call for emergency evacuation, but we were hours from the nearest hospital. I remember cradling the young researcher's head in my lap during the long wait for help, watching his chest rise and fall in uneven patterns, noticing how the vibrant intelligence had already vanished from his half-open eyes. Joaquin sat nearby, radio in hand, maintaining contact with the rescue team, his face carved with lines of grief and shock. When the helicopter finally arrived, its rotors whipping the desert sand into stinging clouds, I felt no relief, only a hollow emptiness. As the paramedics loaded our colleague onto a stretcher, one of them asked what had happened. Neither of us knew what to say. How could we explain what we didn't understand ourselves? Dawn was breaking by the time they departed, the sky lightening to a pale blue that seemed obscenely beautiful, given what had transpired. Joaquin and I stood in silence, watching until the helicopter was nothing but a dark speck against the horizon. "We have to report this," he said finally, his voice roughened by exhaustion, "and we have to find him." A search and rescue team arrived by mid-morning, 6 professionals with cave rescue training and all the necessary equipment. They listened grimly as we recounted what had happened, their expressions growing increasingly concerned as we described our colleague's behavior. "Could it have been drugs?" one of them asked. "Or maybe a reaction to some fungus or bacteria in the cave?" "He wasn't that kind of person," I said, though doubt had begun to creep in. How well did I really know him? And we were all exposed to the same environment. They organized a systematic search of the upper levels of the cave, but even with their expertise and equipment, the task was daunting. Lechugila's vast network of passages, chambers, and vertical drops made it like searching for a needle in a haystack, especially if the needle was actively trying to avoid detection. Meanwhile, Joaquin and I were questioned separately by police officers who had driven out from Carlsbad. They were clearly skeptical of our account, probing for inconsistencies, asking repeatedly about the relationship between the 2 researchers, whether there had been any previous conflicts. "People don't just snap without a reason," one officer told me, his pen poised above his notepad, "especially not highly educated professionals with no history of violence." I couldn't argue with his logic, but I also couldn't provide the explanation he wanted. All I could do was repeat what we had seen, what little our colleague had said about his discovery, and how drastically his demeanor had changed afterward. The search continued for 3 days. Teams ventured deeper into the cave system than we had gone, exploring side passages and remote chambers. They found no trace of the LSU researcher, no equipment, no clothing, no signs of injury or struggle. It was as if the earth itself had swallowed him. On the 4th day, the search was scaled back. Resources were limited, and the chances of finding someone alive after so long in the cave without supplies were vanishingly small. By the end of the week, only a token effort remained: a missing persons report, a promise to check periodically, a folder that would gradually migrate to the back of some filing cabinet. As for the LSU researcher, his body was never recovered. At least I'm assuming they were looking for a body, as there's no way that a person could survive down there for long, not without ample supplies of food and water, neither of which he took with him when he ran off into the night. The academic aftermath was as painful as the physical one. Our research expedition was officially terminated. All our preliminary findings sealed pending investigation. The University of New Mexico distanced itself from the incident, releasing a statement expressing regret, but emphasizing that all proper protocols had been followed. Joaquin retired the following semester, his passion for fieldwork extinguished. We spoke occasionally in the months after, but our conversations were strained, haunted by what remained unsaid. Eventually, the calls stopped altogether. I took a leave of absence that stretched into a year, then 2. When I finally returned to academia, it was to a desk job analyzing samples collected by others, my days of fieldwork behind me. The nightmares had subsided somewhat by then, but they never disappeared entirely. In them, I'm always back in that tent, hearing those first sounds of struggle, knowing what's about to happen, but unable to move, unable to prevent it. To this day, we don't know what he saw down there, or what happened in the run-up to him strangling our colleague from UT Austin. The cops interviewed the victim when he woke up from the coma, using some of the most advanced communication devices available. But none of what he communicated made any sense. When asked about what happened, His eyes would widen in terror, and the monitors tracking his vital signs would spike alarmingly. After several attempts that resulted in severe anxiety attacks, the questioning was discontinued. I visited him once about a year after the incident. He was in a long-term care facility in Austin, his parents having relocated to be near him. The brilliant, enthusiastic researcher I had known was gone, replaced by a thin, vacant-eyed man who spent his days staring at the wall of his room. The doctors said he showed some recognition of family members, occasionally squeezed a hand in response to questions, but couldn't communicate beyond that. His mother was kind, showing me photos of him as he'd been before, graduating with honors, accepting research awards, smiling broadly on various hiking trips. "We still hope," she said, but the words sounded hollow, a mantra repeated so often it had lost its meaning. The most disturbing moment came as I was leaving. I had reached the door when I heard a sound behind me, a choked, guttural noise. I turned to see him looking directly at me, truly seeing me for the first time since I'd arrived. His right hand was raised, index finger extended, pointing not at me but past me at the empty hallway. His face was contorted in an expression of such profound horror that I felt my own heart race in response. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the awareness vanished from his eyes. His hand dropped, and he returned to his vacant staring. His mother rushed to his side, calling for a nurse, while I stood frozen in the doorway, a cold weight settling in my stomach. What had he seen? What was he trying to warn me about? Or was it simply a random firing of damaged neural pathways, meaningless and coincidental? In the years since, I've researched similar incidents, looking for patterns, explanations. I've read about cave gases that can cause hallucinations, rare fungal infections that affect the brain, the psychological effects of prolonged darkness and sensory deprivation. None of it fully explains what happened to us. Occasionally, I hear rumors from the caving community, expeditions into deep systems that ended abruptly, researchers who returned changed in ways they couldn't or wouldn't articulate, sections of caves that remain unexplored despite their scientific interest. When I reach out to those involved, my messages go unanswered, or I receive terse replies that reveal nothing. Once at a geology conference in Denver, I encountered a researcher who had been part of a recent expedition to Lechuguilla. When I mentioned my experience there, a strange expression crossed his face. Not surprise or curiosity, but a careful blankness, a deliberate neutrality. "Certain areas of the cave system have been permanently closed to research," he said, his voice carefully modulated, "by order of the Bureau of Land Management, for conservation purposes." When I pressed him for details, which areas, why those specifically, he excused himself and avoided me for the remainder of the conference. What happened that night has haunted me for years, mainly because it remains an almost complete mystery. There's only one thing I'm certain of, though, and that's whatever caused the violent outburst. It was triggered by something the LSU researcher had seen down in the Lechuguilla cave system. And whatever it was, despite all my collegiate curiosity, I sincerely hope it stays buried forever. I've always loved the outdoors. By the time I was 10 years old, my family had established a tradition of regular camping trips that punctuated our years with adventures in nature. My parents, Robert and Julia, believed strongly in exposing my older sister Catherine, my baby brother David, and me to natural environments away from the glow of screens and the constant hum of suburban life. Our camping experiences had always been positive, educational, bonding opportunities, where we pitched tents under star-filled skies, learned to build fires, identify plants, and respect wildlife. These trips formed some of my most cherished childhood memories. The taste of slightly burnt marshmallows, the comforting sound of my father's deep laugh echoing across a lake, my mother's patient instruction as she taught us to identify constellations. But memories aren't always kind. Sometimes they're stained with fear, marked by moments when childhood innocence confronts the darker realities of the world. This is the story of one such memory, a weekend in the Poconos Mountains of Pennsylvania that permanently altered my perception of safety and human nature. It was early June of 2008. School had just let out for summer break, and our parents had surprised us with news of a 3-day weekend at a campground in the Poconos. Unlike our usual trips where we pitched tents and roughed it, this time they had rented a small cabin at Pine Grove Campground, a sprawling property featuring dozens of wooden structures scattered around a central recreation area. "It'll be more comfortable," my mother had explained while packing our bags. "And there are more facilities for you kids." At the time, I was just excited about the change of scenery and the promise of new adventures. I couldn't have known that amidst the beauty of those mountains lurked a danger no parent can fully protect against, and no child should ever have to face. The drive to the Poconos took just over 3 hours from our home in New Jersey. I remember pressing my face against the car window as we wound through increasingly densely forested roads, watching as civilization gradually gave way to wilderness. Catherine, then 13, spent most of the journey with headphones firmly planted over her ears, while 2-year-old David alternated between napping and demanding attention from anyone who would give it. Pine Grove Campground announced itself with a weathered wooden sign, the paint peeling slightly at the edges, a detail that in retrospect seems ominous, but at the time merely registered as rustic charm. The gravel road leading into the property was flanked by tall pines that seemed to watch our progress, their shadows dancing across our car as we passed beneath them. The main office was a log cabin structure with a wide porch. While our parents checked in, Catherine, David, and I explored the small gift shop attached to the office. It sold the usual camping supplies, snacks, and souvenirs. I remember a rotating rack of postcards showing idyllic scenes of the Poconos: sunrise over mountain lakes, deer drinking from crystal streams, families smiling around campfires. None showed the reality I would soon experience. The campground manager, an older man with weathered skin and calloused hands named Mr. Gregory, handed my father a map of the property and the keys to Cabin 17. He seemed friendly enough, pointing out the recreation areas, shower facilities, and hiking trails. "You picked a good weekend," he told my parents as we prepared to head to our cabin. "Not too crowded. You folks should have plenty of peace and quiet." The way he emphasized peace and quiet struck me as strange even then, almost like a warning. Our cabin was nestled in a semicircle of similar structures, all facing a large clearing. The buildings were simple but well-maintained, single-room affairs with bunk beds, a small table, chairs, and a kitchenette. No bathroom. Those facilities were communal and located a short walk away. The cabin smelled of pine and the faint mustiness that accompanies infrequently used spaces. As we unpacked, I noted the other cabins around us. Most seemed empty, with only 2 showing signs of occupation: lights in the windows, a cooler on a porch. The isolation should have been the first warning sign, but at 10 years old, such concerns weren't part of my worldview. After settling in, my mother prepared a simple lunch of sandwiches, chips, and fruit. The adults discussed plans for the weekend: hiking tomorrow, possibly fishing in the afternoon, maybe a campfire with s'mores in the evening. Mundane details of a family vacation that would soon be overshadowed by events none of us could have anticipated. After lunch, restlessness set in. Catherine had brought a novel and sprawled across the top bunk, immediately lost in fictional worlds. David needed a nap, which meant my mother needed quiet in the cabin. My father had engaged in conversation with another camper he'd met outside, discussing fishing spots and the weather forecast. I was left to my own devices, a situation I usually welcomed. I had packed my favorite baseball equipment, an aluminum bat my grandfather had given me for my birthday, and a small collection of baseballs. Baseball had been my passion that summer. I'd joined Little League and spent countless hours practicing my swing in our backyard. "I'm going to practice hitting," I announced, grabbing my gear. My mother looked up from where she was trying to settle David. "Stay where we can see you, and don't go too far from the cabin." "I won't," I promised, already halfway out the door. The clearing in front of our cabin formed a natural practice area. The grass was trimmed low, and there were no obstacles or windows within range of my hitting, perfect for a few practice swings. I positioned myself in what I judged to be the center of the clearing, tossed a ball into the air, and swung. The satisfying crack of aluminum against leather echoed across the clearing. I watched with pride as the ball soared, and then descended in a graceful arc, landing near the edge of the woods. I jogged to retrieve it, noticing as I did how quiet the campground was. No distant voices, no music from other cabins, not even much birdsong. Just the whisper of wind through pine needles and the occasional rustle of small animals in the underbrush. For about 10 minutes, I repeated this process. Toss, swing, retrieve. Each hit sent a jolt of satisfaction through my arms. I was improving. I could tell by how the ball traveled farther with each swing. Lost in the rhythm of practice, I initially didn't notice the sound of an approaching vehicle. The crunch of tires on gravel eventually broke through my concentration. I turned to see a dark green sedan rolling slowly down the access road that wound between the cabins. There was nothing inherently unusual about a car in a campground, but something about this one immediately set off warning signals in my mind. Perhaps it was the speed, too slow, like the driver was searching for something. Or maybe it was the condition of the vehicle, not the typical outdoor enthusiast's car, but an older model sedan with visible rust spots and a cracked windshield. The car came to a stop about 20 feet behind where I stood, its engine idling with a rough, unhealthy sound. I clutched my bat tighter, suddenly aware of how alone I was in the clearing. The cabin seemed farther away, my father's voice more distant as he continued his conversation, oblivious to what was unfolding. The car sat idling for what felt like minutes but was probably only seconds. I remained frozen in place, bat gripped in sweaty hands, instinctively sensing that something wasn't right. Then, with a mechanical whir, the driver's side window began to lower. The man behind the wheel was probably in his 40s, though as a child I wasn't good at judging adult ages. What I remember most vividly was his smile, not a genuine expression of friendliness, but something manufactured, like he had studied how normal people smile and was attempting a poor imitation. His teeth were slightly yellowed, and one upper incisor was obviously chipped. "Hey there, sport," he called, his voice pitched in that artificial way adults sometimes use when talking to children they don't know. "That's some good hitting." I mumbled a thank you, taking an almost imperceptible step backward. Up close, I could see inside his car, and what I saw intensified my discomfort. The passenger seat and footwell were littered with fast food wrappers, empty soda cans, and what looked like old newspapers. A strange odor wafted from the open window, a combination of cigarette smoke, old food, and something else I couldn't identify, but that made my stomach tighten. "You know, you're not supposed to play baseball here," he said, maintaining that unnerving smile. I frowned, confused. There had been no signs prohibiting sports in the clearing, and the campground manager hadn't mentioned any such restrictions when we checked in. "I didn't know that," I replied cautiously. The man's smile widened slightly. "Yeah, it's because of insurance. Campground doesn't want to get sued if someone gets hit by a ball." He paused, then continued with a note of false enthusiasm. "But there's a real nice baseball field just up on that hill over there. Proper backstop and everything." He gestured toward a densely wooded hill that rose behind the cabins. I'd seen nothing resembling a baseball field during our arrival, and there had been no mention of such a facility on the campground map. "I can drive you up there if you want," he continued when I didn't respond. "It's a bit of a hike, but only a minute by car. You'll have a lot more room to practice." He leaned across the passenger seat and pushed the door open. "Hop in. It'll be fun." The way he said "fun" sent waves of revulsion through me. His eyes didn't match his smile. They remained cold, calculating, assessing my reaction. I tightened my grip on the bat, shifting my stance slightly. Years of watching crime shows with my parents against their better judgment had taught me to recognize danger, and every cell in my body was screaming that this man represented a threat. "No thank you," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "My dad told me not to go anywhere." The man's expression flickered, the manufactured smile faltering for just a moment before reasserting itself. "Your dad won't mind. We'll be back before he even notices you're gone." I saw his hand move to the door handle, and I took another step backward, raising my bat slightly. Not in an overtly threatening manner, but enough to communicate that I wasn't as defenseless as he might have hoped. Just then, the door to our cabin swung open. My father's booming laugh carried across the clearing as he stepped outside, phone pressed to his ear, engaged in conversation with what I later learned was my uncle. The sound was the sweetest thing I'd ever heard. The man in the car froze, his eyes darting toward my father. I expected anger, frustration, perhaps a hasty retreat. Instead, what I witnessed was far more disturbing. His expression remained almost unnaturally calm as he looked back at me, and he offered a small nod, as if acknowledging the end of a round in a game that only he knew we were playing. "Another time, sport," he said softly, his voice dropping to just above a whisper. "Maybe I'll see you around the campground." With that, he closed the passenger door, rolled up his window, and drove away, his car disappearing around a bend in the access road. I stood motionless in the clearing, the baseball bat hanging limply from my trembling hands. My father continued his phone conversation, unaware of what had just transpired mere yards away. Part of me wanted to run to him, to blurt out everything about the strange man and his unsettling invitation. Another part, the part that was beginning to understand the true nature of the danger I'd just encountered, kept me silent. Eventually, I gathered my baseballs and walked back to the cabin on unsteady legs. Inside, my mother had successfully gotten David down for his nap and was quietly organizing our supplies for dinner. Catherine remained absorbed in her book, occasionally turning a page with theatrical significance. "Done practicing already?" my mother asked without looking up from her task. I nodded, unable to form words around the lump in my throat. "You look pale," she observed, finally turning her attention fully to me. "Are you feeling okay?" "Just tired," I lied, placing my bat and balls in the corner of the cabin. "I think I'll rest for a bit." She placed a cool hand against my forehead, checking for fever with the automatic response of mothers everywhere. "Well, you don't feel warm. Maybe you're just hungry. We'll have dinner soon." I climbed onto the lower bunk beneath Catherine and lay down, my mind racing. Should I tell my parents? Would they believe me? Would they make a big deal about it, possibly ruining the trip for everyone? Or worse, would they dismiss it as my imagination, perhaps even scold me for making up stories? At 10 years old, these calculations were complex and overwhelming. In the end, fear won out. Not fear of the man, but fear of disrupting the family dynamic, of being seen as a troublemaker or attention seeker. I decided to keep the encounter to myself, but to remain vigilant and stay close to my family for the remainder of the trip. The rest of the afternoon passed in a blur of forced normalcy. I went through the motions of helping prepare dinner, playing a card game with Catherine when she finally emerged from her literary cocoon, and listening to my parents discuss plans for the next day's hike. All the while, my eyes constantly drifted to the windows, scanning for any sign of a dark green sedan. As dusk fell, the forest around us transformed. Shadows lengthened and merged, turning familiar shapes into looming threats. Each rustle of leaves became the footsteps of an approaching predator. Each distant car engine morphed into the return of the green sedan. By the time we gathered around the small fire pit outside our cabin for s'mores, I was a bundle of raw nerves. "You're jumpy tonight," my father remarked as I flinched at the sound of a branch breaking in the nearby woods. "Scared of the dark all of a sudden?" "No," I mumbled, edging closer to him on the log we shared. "Just thought I heard something." He chuckled and ruffled my hair. "Probably just a raccoon or deer, nothing to worry about out here." But I knew better. The threat lurking in these woods walked on two legs, drove a green sedan, and had eyes that remained cold even when his mouth smiled. Sleep eluded me that night. In the small cabin, with my family's breathing forming a chorus of familiar sounds, I should have felt safe. Instead, I lay awake, staring at the wooden slats of Catherine's bunk above me, my ears straining for any unusual noise outside. Every creak of the cabin structure, every whisper of wind through the pine needles, every distant animal call sent fresh waves of adrenaline surging through my body. I imagined the man from the green car creeping around our cabin, testing windows, peering through cracks in the blinds with those cold, calculating eyes. Around midnight, I heard the unmistakable sound of a vehicle approaching. My heart nearly stopped as the headlights swept across our cabin window, briefly illuminating the interior with ghostly light. I held my breath, muscles tensed to the point of pain as the car slowed near our cabin. "Please keep going, please keep going," I silently pleaded. After what seemed an eternity, the vehicle continued past, its taillights disappearing into the darkness. Whether it was simply another camper returning late or something more sinister, I'll never know. What matters is the fear, raw and all-consuming, that kept me rigid in my bunk until the first gray light of dawn crept through the window. When morning finally came, I must have looked as exhausted as I felt. My mother commented on the dark circles under my eyes as she prepared breakfast on the small camp stove outside our cabin. "Did you not sleep well?" she asked, concern evident in her voice. I shrugged. The bunk was uncomfortable. It was easier than explaining the truth, that I'd spent the night certain a predator was lurking just beyond the thin wooden walls of our cabin, waiting for an opportunity that thankfully never came. Breakfast was a subdued affair for me, though the rest of the family buzzed with excitement about the day's planned activities. My father had mapped out a hiking trail that promised spectacular views of the surrounding mountains. Under normal circumstances, I would have been thrilled. Now, the thought of venturing deeper into the woods sent tendrils of dread coiling through my stomach. As we prepared for the hike, I made sure to stay within arm's reach of my parents at all times. David was secured in a carrier on my father's back, and Catherine walked slightly ahead, her newfound teenage independence asserting itself in the small ways available at a family outing. Throughout the hike, my head swiveled constantly, scanning the trail ahead and behind for any sign of danger. Each hiker we passed received my intense scrutiny, my body tensing until they were well past us. My mother noticed, of course. Mothers always do. "You're not usually this jumpy on hikes," she observed, as I practically leapt out of my skin when a squirrel darted across our path. "Is something bothering you?" I mumbled something about not sleeping well and kept walking, my eyes constantly sweeping the surroundings. The beautiful mountain scenery, which should have been a source of wonder and joy, became in my mind a perfect setting for an ambush. Too many places to hide, too few people to witness. The hike mercifully concluded without incident, and we returned to the campground by mid-afternoon. As our cabin came into view, I scanned the parking area and surrounding roads for any sign of a dark green sedan. Seeing none, I felt the first marginal relaxation of muscles that had been tensed for nearly 24 hours. Our last full day at Pine Grove passed in a similar fashion, me maintaining constant vigilance while trying not to alert my family to my state of terror. We went fishing at a small lake within the campground boundaries, and while Catherine and my father focused on their lines, I focused on the access road visible through the trees, watching for any approaching vehicles. By afternoon, my exhaustion had reached a critical point. The combination of a sleepless night and the constant state of high alert had drained me completely. When we returned to the cabin for a late lunch, I collapsed onto my bunk and, despite my best intentions to remain watchful, fell into a deep sleep. I awoke to the sound of my mother preparing dinner. Disoriented, I sat up quickly, panic flooding through me as I realized I'd let my guard down. "There he is," my father commented with a smile. "We thought you might sleep through dinner." "How long was I asleep?" I asked, voice hoarse with anxiety. "About 3 hours," my mother replied. "You must have been exhausted. 3 hours. 3 hours during which anything could have happened. 3 hours when the man in the green car could have returned, could have been watching our cabin, noting our routines, making plans. The paranoia that gripped me then might seem excessive in retrospect, but to a 10-year-old who had glimpsed the darker side of human nature, it was entirely reasonable. The world had suddenly revealed itself as a place where danger could wear a smile and evil could drive a sedan, and nothing would ever feel completely safe again. Our final evening at Pine Grove involved another campfire, more s'mores, and my parents reminiscing about their own childhood camping experiences. Under different circumstances, it would have been a perfect family moment. Instead, I spent it with my back pressed firmly against my father's side, jumping at every sound from the surrounding forest, my eyes constantly scanning the darkness beyond the fire's glow. That night, I again fought a losing battle against sleep, determined to remain vigilant. But exhaustion eventually won out, and I drifted off sometime in the early morning hours, my young body simply unable to sustain the adrenaline levels of the previous days. When I awoke, sunlight was streaming through the cabin windows, and the sounds of my family packing for our departure filled the small space. We had survived the weekend. The man in the green car had not returned, or if he had not made his presence known. As we loaded our gear into our car, I took one final look around the campground. In the bright morning light, with other families emerging from their cabins, the place looked harmless, even idyllic. Only I knew the darkness that had lurked beneath its peaceful surface. On the drive home, as we wound back down the mountain roads toward civilization, my father unfolded the campground map to check our route. I leaned forward from the back seat, ostensibly interested in navigation, but actually driven by a darker curiosity. "Dad, what's up on that hill behind the cabins?" I asked, pointing to the area where the man had claimed a baseball field existed. My father studied the map. "Just some hiking trails and a picnic area near a creek." "Why do you ask?" The confirmation sent ice through my veins. There was no baseball field, just as I had suspected. The man's invitation had been exactly what I had feared. A lure, a trap for an unsuspecting child. "No reason," I replied, sinking back into my seat. "Just curious." I never told my parents about the encounter. Perhaps I should have. Perhaps they could have reported it to the campground management or local authorities, potentially preventing the man from approaching other children. That guilt has stayed with me over the years, tempering the relief I feel at my own escape. In the weeks and months that followed our trip to Pine Grove, I developed habits that puzzled my parents. A reluctance to play outside alone, a newfound suspicion of strangers that bordered on rudeness, startling awake from nightmares I refused to discuss. They attributed these changes to the normal growing pains of approaching adolescence. Only I knew their true source. As years passed, the raw terror of those 3 days gradually dulled to a wary caution that has informed my interaction with the world ever since. I became the child who checked the locks twice, who never took shortcuts through isolated areas, who instinctively noted the nearest exits in any room I entered. I've often wondered what became of the man in the green car. Did he find another child? One less cautious or more trusting than I had been? The thought haunts me still. I've also wondered what might have happened had my father not emerged from our cabin at that precise moment. The alternative scenarios that play out in my mind are too horrifying to articulate. Now, as an adult, I understand how fortunate I was. I recognize the man for what he was. A predator, methodical and patient, who had likely been watching the campground, waiting for precisely the opportunity I had inadvertently presented. A child alone, away from direct supervision. The experience taught me that danger doesn't always announce itself with dramatic flair. Sometimes it arrives in an unremarkable green sedan, wears a practiced smile, and speaks in carefully modulated tones designed to build false trust. It taught me that instinct, that primal, wordless alarm system we all possess, deserves to be heeded, especially when it concerns our safety. I still enjoy the outdoors, and even occasionally go camping, though I've never returned to the Poconos. But I am never truly at ease in isolated, natural settings. Part of me is always on alert, always watching, always aware that the boundary between safety and danger is thinner than most people realize. Some childhood lessons are learned through gentle guidance. Others are seared into consciousness through near misses with unimaginable outcomes. Mine was the latter, a crash course in human predation delivered over a weekend in June when I was 10 years old. by a man whose name I never knew, driving a car I still scan for in parking lots, 2 decades later. That's the true horror of such encounters. They never fully end. They become part of you, altering your perception of safety in ways that can never be undone. The man in the green car may have driven away that day, but in some sense, he's been following me ever since. A shadow at the edge of memory, a reminder of how quickly childhood innocence can collide with the darkest aspects of humanity. The decision to visit the Hocking Hills area of southern Ohio came during a particularly stressful period in my life. By September 2023, work pressures had accumulated to the point where even weekends offered little respite. My husband James suggested a week-long getaway, something to disconnect us from our digital lives and reconnect as a family. Our children, 9-year-old Will, who is nonverbal and autistic, and 5-year-old Lily, deserved more attention than our divided focus had allowed lately. We found a secluded cabin through an online rental service, nestled between rolling hills and dense forests. The property boasted hiking trails, a small stream, and crucially, no reliable internet connection. The isolation appealed to me in theory, though I couldn't have predicted how that very isolation would later become our greatest fear. 3 days into our stay, after exploring nearby trails and allowing ourselves to relax into the rhythm of rural life, I remembered something I'd read about years ago, the abandoned ghost town of Moonville and its infamous rail tunnel. Once a thriving mining community in the 1800s, Moonville had been reduced to almost nothing, just a tunnel cutting through the hillside and a few scattered foundations reclaimed by forest. I've always wanted to see the Moonville Tunnel, I told James over breakfast. It's supposed to be this perfect piece of preserved history, and apparently it's not far from here. James looked up from helping Will with his eggs. Is it accessible? Safe for the kids? From what I remember reading, there's a parking area and a trail. People visit it all the time. I scrolled through my phone's spotty connection, trying to pull up information. Look, there's even a footbridge. It's practically a tourist spot. Lily, overhearing our conversation, bounced in her seat. I want to see the ghost tunnel. It's not actually haunted, sweetie, I said, though the local legends claimed otherwise. It's just old and interesting. James looked uncertain. How far is it? Maybe 30 minutes. I can download directions before we lose signal completely. He nodded slowly. All right, but we should head back well before dark. These country roads aren't exactly well lit. I agreed, downloading a Google Maps route to the location. The reviews I quickly scanned described it as atmospheric and a photographer's dream. None mentioned any danger beyond the typical cautions about uneven terrain. How thoroughly I would come to regret this seemingly innocent decision. We departed around noon the following day. Will seemed content in the back seat with his weighted blanket and favorite pressure toy, while Lily pressed her face against the window, narrating imaginary adventures to her stuffed rabbit. James drove initially, but after we left the main highway and began navigating increasingly narrow roads, I took over. Our Mercedes, a pre-owned vehicle I'd purchased 3 years ago after a substantial promotion, felt increasingly out of place as the landscape changed. The homes we passed grew more sparse and dilapidated. Rusted appliances decorated front yards. Weathered political signs from multiple election cycles back stood like faded sentries. This is, James trailed off, glancing at a property where 3 partially dismantled trucks sat atop cinder blocks. Rural poverty, I finished quietly, mindful of Lily's attentive ears. These communities were built around industries that disappeared decades ago. The GPS directed us onto a particularly narrow road where tree branches scraped against our car's roof. I slowed to avoid the worst of the potholes, wincing at each unavoidable impact. We haven't seen another vehicle in 20 minutes, James observed, tension evident in his voice. I knew what concerned him without him saying it aloud. As a black family in an impoverished, rural, overwhelmingly white area, we stood out. The luxury car, modest by urban standards, only emphasized our otherness. The tunnel's popular with tourists, I reassured him, though doubt had begun to creep into my own thoughts. We're just visitors passing through like anyone else. The road narrowed further and began to descend between steepening hillsides. Trees closed in overhead, creating a tunnel of foliage that dimmed the afternoon sun. A wooden sign appeared, weather-beaten and partially obscured by vines. Entering Bubba Wood. Bubba Wood? James read aloud, his expression conveying what he wouldn't say in front of the children. Lily giggled. That's a funny name. Will rocked slightly in his car seat, sensing the mounting tension in the vehicle. The road turned to gravel, then to rough stone that rattled the car's undercarriage alarmingly. Cell service disappeared entirely, the signal bars on our phones replaced by the dreaded no service indicator. Maybe we should turn back, James suggested quietly. We must be nearly there, I said, more stubborn than confident. It would be a shame to come all this way and not see it. A sharp curve revealed a small clearing ahead with space for perhaps 4 vehicles to park. No other cars were present. Beyond the makeshift lot, I could see a metal footbridge spanning a shallow creek. We made it, I announced with forced enthusiasm. Moonville Tunnel awaits. The parking area consisted of packed dirt surrounded by dense undergrowth. No facilities, no information kiosk, not even a trash can, just wilderness and the distant sound of running water from the creek below. I parked facing outward, an unconscious preparation for a quick departure if needed. Everyone stay close, James instructed as we exited the car. He lifted Will into his arms while I took Lily's hand. The October air felt unexpectedly cold in the shadow of the hills. Fallen leaves crunched beneath our feet as we approached the footbridge, a utilitarian metal structure that appeared newer than its surroundings, likely installed for tourism accessibility. This bridge looks sturdy enough, I commented, testing the first few steps. How old is the tunnel, Mom? Lily asked, clutching my hand tighter as the bridge swayed slightly beneath us. About 150 years old, I answered. It was built when trains still ran through these hills. The creek below was shallow but swift, carving through shale that glinted darkly in the filtered sunlight. On the opposite bank, a dirt path led into thicker woods. I don't like this, James muttered, adjusting Will in his arms. Our son had grown tense, his body rigid against his father's chest. It's just a short walk to the tunnel, I persisted, pointing to where the path disappeared among the trees. 5 minutes, tops. The trail beyond the bridge showed signs of regular use, but remained untamed. Roots crossed our path, and branches reached out like grasping fingers. The surrounding forest absorbed sound in an unsettling way. Our footsteps seemed muffled, our voices quieter than they should have been. As we rounded a bend in the path, the tunnel finally came into view. I stopped involuntarily, taken aback by its scale. The structure was far larger than photographs had suggested, a yawning arch of precisely laid brick cutting directly into the hillside. Dark water seeped from the stonework, creating patterns of discoloration that resembled weeping faces. It's bigger than I expected, I whispered almost to myself. Lily tugged at my hand. Is it haunted for real? Before I could answer, a sound emanated from within the tunnel's darkness, the distinctive mechanical growl of an engine. Someone's coming through, James said, pulling us to the side of the path. From the tunnel's opposite end, headlights appeared, revealing a vehicle moving at an uncomfortably high speed considering the terrain. The engine noise amplified within the tunnel's acoustics, creating an aggressive roar that caused Will to press his hands against his ears. A pickup truck, rusted, mud-splattered, and at least 30 years old, emerged from the darkness and skidded to a halt 20 feet from where we stood. The door creaked open, and a man stepped out. The man who emerged from the truck stood well over 6 feet tall with a frame that suggested decades of physical labor. His age was difficult to determine precisely, somewhere in his 60s, though weather and hardship had carved deep lines into his face. A gray beard, untrimmed and wild, covered much of his features, but his eyes, pale blue and unnervingly alert, fixed immediately on our family. He wore stained canvas pants and a flannel shirt despite the moderate temperature. What seized my attention, however, was the chainsaw he lifted from the truck bed with practiced ease. James stepped forward slightly, positioning himself between the stranger and our children. "Afternoon," he called, his voice steady despite the tension evident in his posture. The man didn't immediately respond. He placed the chainsaw on the ground and reached back into the truck, retrieving a can of what appeared to be gasoline. Still silent, he began filling the chainsaw's tank. "We're just visiting the tunnel," I explained, trying to sound casual. "Is it closed today or something?" The man finally looked up. "Public land?" His voice was surprisingly soft, with a thick Appalachian accent that rendered the words almost unintelligible. "Free country." "Right," James nodded. "We won't stay long. Just wanted to show the kids." The man secured the cap on the chainsaw and set the gas can aside. He pulled the starter cord, and the machine roared to life with a sound that echoed violently through the tunnel. Will buried his face against James's shoulder, hands still pressed firmly over his ears. "Department of Natural Resources?" I asked over the noise, pointing at his equipment. "Are you clearing the trail?" He didn't answer. Instead, he lifted the running chainsaw and began walking. Not away from us, but toward the tunnel entrance. As he passed our family, he gestured with his head for us to follow. "What's he doing?" Lily whispered, clutching my leg. "I think he wants to show us something," I replied, though uncertainty gnawed at me. "Let's just be polite for a minute, then we'll head back." The stranger entered the tunnel, the chainsaw's noise multiplying tenfold in the enclosed space. With clear reluctance, James followed, still carrying Will. I gripped Lily's hand tightly as we trailed behind. The tunnel's interior was darker than expected, with sunlight reaching only a short distance from either end. Decades of graffiti covered the walls, some artistic, most crude. Our footsteps echoed on the damp stone floor. The man with the chainsaw moved deliberately, occasionally revving the engine but making no attempt to cut anything. He stopped at various points, gesturing vaguely at the ceiling or walls but offering no explanation. "Beautiful architecture," I commented awkwardly during a moment when he lowered the chainsaw. He turned toward me, expression unreadable beneath his beard. "Not safe after rainfall," he finally said. "Bricks come loose." "Thanks for the warning," James replied. "We appreciate it." The man nodded, then continued his strange inspection of the tunnel, the chainsaw's roar preventing any further conversation. He stayed uncomfortably close to our family, never more than a few feet away as we made our way through the tunnel. After what felt like an eternity, but was likely less than 10 minutes, we reached the opposite entrance. Beyond lay another section of forest, wilder and less traversed than the path we'd taken. "I think we should head back now," I said firmly, no longer attempting to hide my unease. "Thank you for the tour." The man revved his chainsaw one final time, then switched it off. The sudden silence felt almost as jarring as the noise had been. "Your choice," he said with a shrug. Then, inexplicably, he added, "People get lost out here sometimes." We turned back, walking as briskly as dignity would allow toward the footbridge and our waiting car. Behind us, the chainsaw roared to life again, its sound echoing through the tunnel and following us like an auditory shadow. "Walk faster," James muttered, adjusting Will's weight in his arms. Lily struggled to keep pace with our longer strides. "Why is that man so scary, Mommy?" "He's just doing his job, sweetie," I lied, lifting her into my arms despite the strain. Some people aren't good with strangers. We reached the footbridge in half the time it had taken us to approach the tunnel. My heart rate didn't slow until we crossed over the creek, putting a physical barrier between us and the man. "Get the kids in the car," James said as we approached the parking area. "I'll make sure everything's ready to go." I strapped Lily into her booster seat, while James secured Will. Both children were unusually quiet, sensing our urgency. I turned to enter the driver's side when James called out, "Hey, did you touch the car while I was getting Will situated?" I frowned. "No, why?" He pointed to the rear passenger door. "Look at this." I moved closer and felt my stomach contract. Dusty handprints, at least 4 distinct impressions, marked the vehicle's glossy black surface. They were larger than mine, larger than James's, positioned as if someone had leaned against the car while peering inside. That's impossible, I whispered. We were together the entire time. James ran his hand through his dreadlocks, a nervous habit I recognized from 12 years of marriage. Maybe someone came through while we were in the tunnel and just touched our car? For what purpose? The implications made my skin crawl. We need to leave, now. As if summoned by our discovery, the sound of an engine approached from the direction of the footbridge. We looked up to see the pickup truck rumbling across. A crossing I would have thought impossible given the bridge's narrow width. Get in, James urged, opening the driver's door for me before hurrying to the passenger side. I started the engine as the pickup reached our side of the creek. The man parked directly behind us, effectively blocking the only exit from the clearing. He emerged from his truck, chainsaw noticeably absent, and began walking away from us toward a barely visible trail branching from the main path. Relief flooded through me as I realized he wasn't approaching our vehicle. I shifted into reverse, prepared to maneuver around his truck if necessary, when he stopped and turned back to look at us. Though too distant to see his expression clearly, I felt the weight of his gaze. Then, with deliberate slowness, he raised his hand in what might have been interpreted as a wave. "Go," James said quietly. "Just go." I navigated carefully around the pickup truck and accelerated onto the stone road, eager to put distance between our family and the unsettling encounter. The car bounced violently over the rough surface, forcing me to slow despite my desire to flee. "Is he following us?" I asked, eyes flicking to the rearview mirror. James turned to look through the rear window. No sign of him yet. Maybe he was just a local eccentric, I suggested, trying to rationalize the experience. Someone who takes it upon himself to watch over the tunnel. With a chainsaw? James raised an eyebrow. And those handprints on the car? Someone was watching our children while we were gone. I gripped the steering wheel tighter. But that's not possible. We were only in the tunnel for minutes, and we were with that man the entire time. Unless there was someone else, James said quietly. The implication hung in the air between us. I checked on the children in the rearview mirror. Lily had fallen asleep, exhausted by the excitement and fear. Will stared out the window, his fingers moving in repetitive patterns against his weighted toy. We continued in tense silence for several minutes, the narrow road twisting through increasingly dense forest. Without cell service, we were navigating purely by memory of the route we'd taken earlier. "We should be reaching that split in the road soon," I said. "Then it's just another 10 minutes to the highway." James nodded, then suddenly tensed. "What's that behind us?" I glanced at the mirror and felt my heart rate spike. A cloud of dust rose from the road behind us, and within it, the unmistakable outline of a pickup truck. "It's him," I whispered. "How did he catch up so quickly?" "There must be another road, a shortcut he knows." James's voice remained measured, but I could hear the controlled fear beneath his words. "Don't stop, whatever happens." I pressed the accelerator harder, accepting the punishment to our vehicle's suspension in exchange for speed. The Mercedes responded admirably, putting more distance between us and our pursuer. "We're losing him," I said, relief evident in my voice. But as we rounded a bend, the road narrowed further between two steep embankments. A fallen tree branch partially blocked the path ahead, forcing me to slow dramatically to navigate around it. "Careful," James cautioned. "If we get stuck out here..." He didn't need to finish the thought. By the time we'd maneuvered past the obstacle, the pickup had reappeared in the mirror, closer than before. "He's gaining," I said unnecessarily. "What does he want from us?" James didn't answer, his attention fixed on the road ahead. "There's the split. Go right." I turned sharply, remembering this junction from our journey in. The relief was short-lived, however. After another quarter mile, the surroundings no longer matched my memory. "This isn't right," I said, slowing slightly. "I don't recognize this stretch." "Keep going," James insisted. "Any road that gets us out of these woods is the right road." The pickup had disappeared from view, but that offered little comfort. The forest pressed in around us, branches forming a canopy that dimmed the afternoon light to an eerie twilight. "I think I took a wrong turn," I admitted finally. This isn't the way we came. The unfamiliar road narrowed further, wending between trees whose branches scraped against our windows like fingernails. Worry gnawed at me as the Mercedes struggled over increasingly uneven terrain. We need to turn around, I decided, scanning for a spot wide enough to maneuver. James nodded grimly. Do it quickly. I found a small clearing and executed a three-point turn, wincing as underbrush scraped the car's undercarriage. Once reoriented, we retraced our path to the junction. Left this time, James directed. That has to be the correct route. As we approached the split in the road, Will suddenly became agitated in the back seat, rocking forward against his restraints and making distressed vocalizations. It's okay, buddy, James soothed, reaching back to touch our son's knee. We're heading home now. But Will's distress only intensified as we turned left onto what I hoped was the correct road. Something about this direction triggered his anxiety, and Will's instincts, though filtered through his unique perception, often proved remarkably accurate. What is it? I asked, slowing the car slightly. What's wrong? James scanned the road ahead, then pointed. There, look. About a quarter-mile ahead, where the forest receded slightly from the roadside, stood a single ramshackle house. Its weathered clapboards had faded to the same gray as the surrounding trees, making it nearly invisible until you were almost upon it. A sagging porch wrapped around the front, cluttered with indistinguishable objects, and parked in the dirt yard was the pickup truck. That's impossible, I whispered. He was behind us. How could he? He knows these woods, James interrupted. Probably has been driving these roads his entire life. I stopped the car, maintaining distance from the property. What do we do? We can't go forward, and we don't know another way out. We have to go back to the main road, James decided. Find another route, even if it takes us miles out of our way. I nodded and began to turn the car around again. As I did, movement on the house's porch caught my attention. The man had emerged and stood watching us, perfectly still except for his beard shifting in the breeze. Don't make eye contact, James said quietly. Just drive. I completed the turn and accelerated away from the house. In the rearview mirror, I could see the man hadn't moved from his position on the porch. Somehow his stillness was more unsettling than pursuit would have been. He must have known we'd make a wrong turn, I said. He drove straight to his house and waited for us to pass. Or he wanted us to see where he lives, James suggested, to know that he's always here, always watching. The implication sent a wave of nausea through me. We drove in tense silence, retracing our path past the junction and onto what we now recognized as the correct road. Will gradually calmed as we put distance between ourselves and the house. We're going to be okay, I reassured everyone, including myself. We're almost out of these woods. The stone road finally gave way to gravel, then to poorly maintained asphalt. Signs of civilization, fences, power lines, occasional mailboxes began to reappear. When my phone chimed with a notification indicating restored cell service, I nearly wept with relief. Call the police? James suggested. I considered this briefly before shaking my head. And tell them what? That a local man with a chainsaw showed us a tourist attraction? That someone touched our car? That he drove home afterward? They'd think we were paranoid city people overreacting to country ways. James didn't argue, though I could tell he disagreed. We continued in silence until we reached the highway, mainstream America reasserting itself with gas stations and fast food restaurants. Only then did the knot of tension in my chest begin to loosen. The remainder of our vacation passed without incident, though neither James nor I fully relaxed. We stayed close to the cabin, finding excuses to avoid further exploration of the surrounding area. The children, resilient as always, seemed to forget the experience within days, but traces of it lingered in small behavioral changes. Will's reluctance to be separated from James, Lily's newfound fear of mechanical noises. On our final evening in Ohio, after the children had gone to bed, I found James on the cabin's porch, staring into the darkness beyond our small circle of light. What are you thinking about? I asked, joining him on the weathered bench. Those handprints, he answered without hesitation. I can't reconcile it. We were never away from the car long enough for someone to approach it without being seen from the tunnel entrance. Unless there were multiple people, I suggested. The man with the chainsaw as a distraction, someone else checking out the car. James considered this. For what purpose, though? Nothing was stolen, nothing was damaged. Intimidation? Curiosity about outsiders? Maybe they don't get many visitors that look like us. I leaned against him, drawing comfort from his solid presence. Or maybe, James hesitated, maybe we've overthought this entire situation. Maybe there's an innocent explanation we're missing because we were primed to be afraid. I wanted to believe this possibility, but the memory of the man's pale eyes following our movements contradicted any benign interpretation. The deliberate way he had brandished the chainsaw, the handprints positioned to peer into where our children sat. There's something else, I admitted. Something I haven't told you. James turned to look at me, concern evident in his expression. When we were driving away from his house, I continued, I looked in the mirror and saw him still standing on that porch. He raised his hand like he had in the clearing, but this time, I swallowed hard. This time, he was holding something that caught the light, something that looked like car keys. Understanding dawned in James's eyes. You think he somehow made a copy of our key? That's not possible with modern vehicles. There are chips, security systems. I know it doesn't make logical sense, I interrupted, but nothing about that encounter did. And when we get home, I'm having the locks changed on the car, the house, everything. James didn't argue. Instead, he put his arm around me, and we sat watching the darkness until the cold drove us inside. We left early the next morning, taking a route that deliberately avoided the vicinity of Moonville Tunnel. As we crossed the Ohio state line, I felt a weight lift, a sensation of escaping something that had been quietly hunting us. 2 weeks after returning home, a small package arrived in our mailbox. No return address, no identifying information. Inside was a single car key, not a copy of our Mercedes key, but an older model that wouldn't work in any modern vehicle. Attached was a handwritten note on yellowed paper. Visitors always welcome back in Bubblewood. I destroyed both items immediately, telling no one, not even James. But sometimes, on quiet nights, I find myself checking that our doors are locked, listening for the distant sound of a chainsaw's engine echoing through the darkness beyond our home. Some tunnels, I've learned, don't end where you think they do. Some lead to places you carry with you long after you've left them behind. Search and rescue work demands a particular type of individual, someone who can navigate treacherous terrain in the worst conditions while maintaining composure when confronted with human suffering. As lead SR officer for the Boundary County Wilderness Response Team, I've spent 15 years in the dense northern Idaho forests, retrieving the lost, the injured, and occasionally the dead. My name is Jericho Wren, and what I encountered on October 3, 1998, in the Selkirk Mountains haunts me to this day. The morning began unremarkably. I was completing paperwork from a routine rescue the previous day, a college student with a sprained ankle who'd wandered off trail taking photographs of autumn foliage. The ranger station was quiet, just the occasional crackle of radio communication and the persistent tapping of the ancient wall clock that had hung there since before my time. Sam Harlow, my partner of 8 years, was organizing equipment in the adjacent room. Sam was the methodical one, a former Marine with piercing blue eyes that missed nothing and a quiet confidence that put victims at ease. We'd pulled dozens of people from the wilderness together, working with the intuitive synchronicity that comes from years of trust. Dispatch for Boundary SR, come in. The radio cut through the silence at 3:17 p.m. I remember looking at the clock, not knowing those minutes would divide my life into before and after. Boundary SR, Wren here. Go ahead, dispatch. We've got a missing hiker in the West Selkirks. Male, 42, experienced backpacker. Name's Paul Jackson. Wife reports he was due back yesterday morning, scheduled for a 3-day solo trek. Last known location was Trailhead at Abandoned Creek, heading toward Blacktail Ridge. My stomach tightened. Abandoned Creek in October was unforgiving. The weather forecast had predicted an early cold front moving in, temperatures dropping into the low 30s overnight. Copy that. Any medical conditions? Equipment details? Negative on medical issues. Wife says he's in excellent shape. Does this trail twice a year. Had standard gear plus emergency beacon, which hasn't activated. She's concerned because he's never missed check-in before. Sam had appeared in the doorway, already calculating what we'd need. Tell her we're heading out. ETA to trailhead 45 minutes. We'll establish base camp and begin search pattern alpha. As I gathered my gear, an unusual feeling of dread settled over me. I'd conducted hundreds of searches, but something about this one felt different. A premonition I wish I'd heeded. The drive to Abandoned Creek trailhead was tense. The sky had darkened prematurely, heavy clouds pressing down on the jagged mountain peaks surrounding us. The forest seemed to absorb the light, creating a premature twilight beneath the ancient pines. Weather's turning faster than predicted, Sam noted, studying the barometer on his watch. Pressure's dropping hard. We've got maybe 3 hours of workable light. We parked at the deserted trailhead, Paul's blue Subaru the only vehicle in the small gravel lot. A quick inspection revealed nothing unusual. Locked doors, a parking permit displayed properly, trail map visible on the passenger seat. The normalcy was unsettling. We geared up methodically, packs containing first aid supplies, extra clothing, emergency shelter, flares, and rations for 2 days. Each of us carried a firearm, standard procedure for wilderness work where large predators were common. My Glock, .22 felt reassuring against my hip, though I'd only discharged it on training ranges. The trail began civilized enough, winding through towering western red cedars and Douglas firs. The air carried the sharp scent of pine and decaying vegetation, normal forest smells I'd grown to love over the years. But as we progressed deeper, I noticed an unusual silence. The typical forest sounds, birds calling, squirrels rustling through underbrush, were absent. Notice that? I whispered to Sam after we'd hiked about 2 miles. He nodded, eyes scanning the perimeter. Too quiet. Something spooked the wildlife. We pressed on, calling Paul's name at regular intervals, our voices echoing unnaturally against the rock faces flanking the narrowing trail. The only response was the occasional gust of wind through the canopy above, creating disconcerting whispers that almost sounded like human voices. According to Paul's registered trip plan, he should have made camp the first night near Blackwater Lake, approximately 6 miles from the trailhead. We increased our pace, racing against the rapidly fading daylight. The temperature dropped noticeably as we approached the small alpine lake, our breath forming clouds in the frigid air. The lakefront area was popular with backpackers. Several established fire rings dotted the perimeter, and we methodically checked each one. "Over here!" Sam called from a sheltered area behind a massive fallen cedar. Paul's campsite was intact, but abandoned. A small, ultralight tent was properly staked. A fire pit constructed with rocks showed evidence of recent use, though the ashes were cold. His cooking equipment was neatly arranged on a flat rock, and a bear bag hung properly from a branch 20 feet up, everything by the book for an experienced outdoorsman. "Looks like he stepped away and intended to return," I said, inspecting the tent interior. His sleeping bag was unrolled, a headlamp resting on top. A paperback novel lay open, face down, as if the reader had just stepped away momentarily. Sam checked his GPS. According to his wife, he planned to do a day hike from here to Cripple Creek Falls, before returning to this camp for a second night, then heading back yesterday morning. The path to the falls was clearly marked, a popular destination even this late in the season. We decided to follow it, marking Paul's campsite with bright orange survey tape to ensure we could find it again. As darkness encroached, we switched on our headlamps, the narrow beams creating disorienting shadows among the trees. Every rustle in the underbrush grabbed our attention. Every shifting shadow triggered a momentary surge of adrenaline. An hour into our search along the falls trail, I heard Sam inhale sharply behind me. Turning, I followed his fixed gaze to a small clearing beside the path. "Blood," he said simply, crouching beside a dark stain on a fallen log. My flashlight beam revealed more, droplets leading away from the trail into thicker forest. Not just droplets, splashes. Too much blood for a minor injury. The radio crackled at my hip, making me flinch. The base station was checking in, but the mountainous terrain disrupted the signal, transforming the words into garbled static that sounded disturbingly like pained moaning. "We should mark this location and continue while we still have some light," I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. Sam nodded, but his expression had changed. I'd seen that look before, when we both knew we were no longer conducting a rescue, but a recovery. We followed the blood trail deeper into the forest, away from marked paths. The trees grew denser here, branches interlocking overhead to create a near-perfect canopy that blocked what little daylight remained. Our headlamps provided the only illumination, the parallel beams cutting through increasing fog that had begun to roll through the underbrush. Neither of us spoke as we tracked the blood, which became more plentiful with each step. The silence of the forest pressed against my eardrums like physical pressure. No wind, no animals, just the sound of our controlled breathing and cautious footsteps on the carpet of decaying leaves. That's when I first sensed it, a prickling awareness of being watched. I glanced at Sam and knew instantly he felt it too. His hand had moved to rest on his holstered weapon, and his eyes continuously scanned our surroundings. The blood trail ended abruptly at the base of a massive, lightning-scarred pine. We scanned the area, confusion momentarily overriding caution. "Where did it go?" Sam muttered, sweeping his light in widening arcs. I directed my beam upward, following the trunk of the ancient tree. The light caught something in the lower branches, something that shouldn't be there. Paul Jackson's backpack hung 15 feet above us, impaled on a broken branch. It was ripped open, contents scattered among the branches. Blood had soaked through the fabric, dripping down the trunk in dark rivulets. "That's not possible," Sam whispered. "No animal drags prey up like that, not in these mountains." Before I could respond, a sound reached us from deeper in the forest, a sound that didn't belong in these woods or any natural place, a rhythmic clicking interspersed with what could have been laughter if it hadn't been so utterly devoid of humanity. We both instinctively extinguished our lights, plunging ourselves into absolute darkness. The darkness surrounding us was absolute, the kind that exists only in the depths of wilderness far from civilization's light pollution. I could feel rather than see Sam beside me, his controlled breathing the only indication of his presence. We stood motionless, listening as the unnatural clicking sound faded into the distance. "What was that?" Sam finally whispered, his voice barely audible. I had no answer. In 15 years of wilderness work, I'd encountered every predator native to the northern Rockies: bears, mountain lions, wolves, and none made sounds remotely similar to what we'd just heard. We reactivated our lights, keeping the beams pointed downward to minimize our visibility. The blood trail had ended at the tree with the impaled backpack, but we needed to continue our search. Paul was still missing, though the amount of blood we'd found suggested we wouldn't be bringing him back alive. "We should call for backup," I said, reaching for my radio. The transmission was even worse than before, bursts of static punctuated by unintelligible fragments of words. I managed to communicate our coordinates and the discovery of blood evidence, but couldn't be certain how much was received. The response was lost entirely to interference. "We're on our own until morning," Sam concluded. Should we return to his campsite or press on? The decision weighed heavily. Standard procedure dictated returning to a secure location before dark, especially with evidence of potential danger. But Paul might still be alive, desperately needing help. 10 more minutes in this direction," I said, pointing along what seemed to be a rough game trail leading away from the blood-marked tree. "Then we head back to the campsite and secure it for the night." Sam nodded, drawing his sidearm. I did the same, the weight of the Glock reassuring in my grip. We moved forward cautiously, sweeping our lights in coordinated patterns to maximize visibility. The forest floor was disturbed here. Broken branches, scraped bark, and occasional blood smears indicated something large had moved through recently, dragging something heavy. The 10 minutes passed with excruciating slowness. We were about to turn back when our lights illuminated a small clearing ahead. In the center stood a solitary oak tree, unusual for this elevation and region. It seemed ancient, its gnarled trunk twisted in ways that suggested decades of growth in harsh conditions. What we found at its base haunts my nightmares to this day. Paul Jackson was propped against the trunk, positioned as if casually resting. His eyes were open, staring sightlessly at the canopy above. His torso had been systematically opened from sternum to pelvis, the skin peeled back with surgical precision. Internal organs were partially removed and arranged in a semicircle around him. His expression was frozen in a rictus of absolute terror. But most disturbing were the markings, intricate symbols carved into the exposed inside of his ribcage, geometric patterns that seemed to follow some terrible logic. They couldn't have been made by animal claws or teeth. These were deliberate, methodical, intelligent. My stomach heaved and I turned away, fighting to maintain my professional composure. Sam remained focused, though his face had drained of color. "We need to document this," he said mechanically, retrieving his camera. The flash illuminated the grotesque tableau in stark detail as Sam methodically photographed the scene. I used our GPS to mark the exact coordinates, focusing on procedure to keep the horror at bay. "Look at his hands," Sam said suddenly. Paul's hands were positioned palm up on his thighs. In each palm was a small stone, polished to a mirror finish. They were perfectly round and seemed to absorb rather than reflect our flashlight beams. "Don't touch them," I warned as Sam leaned closer. "I wasn't planning to," he replied grimly. "This isn't an animal attack, Jericho. This is something else entirely." As if in response to his words, the clicking sound returned, closer this time, accompanied by movement in the underbrush surrounding the clearing. Multiple sources, circling us. We positioned ourselves back to back, weapons raised, scanning the tree line. My light caught a flash of movement, something pale moving with unnatural speed between two massive pines. 3 o'clock, I hissed. Sam pivoted, training his beam on the spot. For a fraction of a second, we saw it clearly. A figure, humanoid in basic shape but wrong in its proportions. Too tall, limbs too long and jointed in places human limbs shouldn't bend. Its skin was pallid, almost translucent, stretched too tightly over a frame that seemed more insectoid than mammalian. Most disturbing were its eyes, reflective like an animal's but with obvious intelligence behind them. They caught our light and threw it back at us, 2 glowing pinpricks in the darkness. Then it was gone, melting back into the forest with silent efficiency. "We're leaving. Now," I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. We began backing away from Paul's body, maintaining our defensive position. The clicking sounds intensified, seemingly communicating between unseen entities surrounding us. I counted at least 3 distinct sources. "They're hurting us," Sam realized aloud as we found ourselves being subtly directed away from the path we'd taken to the clearing. "Keep moving toward the campsite," I countered. "Don't let them divert us." We increased our pace, no longer concerned with stealth. The creatures, whatever they were, kept pace, staying just beyond the reach of our lights but close enough that we caught occasional glimpses. A pale limb here, reflective eyes there, always in motion. The temperature had dropped precipitously, our breath forming dense clouds before us. The fog had thickened as well, reducing visibility to mere feet beyond our light beams. The forest that had seemed merely sinister before now felt actively malevolent, branches reaching toward us like grasping fingers. We'd nearly reached the blood-marked tree with the impaled backpack when one of the creatures made its move. It crossed directly in front of us, no more than 20 feet ahead, fully visible for several seconds. Its movements were jerky, yet precisely controlled, like a spider traversing its web. The body was vaguely humanoid, but with a torso too elongated, joints that bent in reverse directions, and a head that seemed to pivot a full 360 degrees to stare at us as it passed. "Jesus Christ," Sam whispered, raising his weapon. "Don't shoot unless they attack," I cautioned. "We don't know how many there are, or what they're capable of." The creature paused, head tilting curiously as if considering us. A sound emerged from it. Not the clicking we'd heard before, but a series of wet, gurgling noises that horrifyingly resembled human speech patterns without forming actual words. It raised one elongated arm, pointing directly at us, with a hand that possessed too many fingers, each ending in what looked like a bony talon. Then it made a gesture I can only describe as beckoning, clearly inviting us to follow. "No fucking way," Sam muttered. The creature repeated the gesture more insistently, the gurgling sounds increasing in volume and complexity. When we remained rooted in place, it displayed the first sign of emotion we'd witnessed: frustration. It slashed at a nearby sapling, severing the 3-inch trunk with casual ease. Message delivered. A sharp crack from behind made us spin around. Another creature had appeared, this one even taller than the first, its body more obviously inhuman up close. Its chest cavity appeared to be open, similar to how Paul's had been, but on this entity, it seemed natural, revealing glimpsed internal structures that pulsed with bioluminescent light. We were trapped between them, and from the sounds echoing through the forest, more were approaching. "Run!" I shouted, abandoning caution. We sprinted perpendicular to their positions, crashing through underbrush, no longer following any trail. Behind us, the creatures emitted high-pitched sounds of what could only be excitement. The hunt was on. I've never run so fast in my life, adrenaline overriding the burning in my lungs and the scratch of branches against my face. Sam kept pace beside me, his training evident in his controlled breathing and strategic movement. We burst from dense forest onto the shore of Blackwater Lake, momentarily disoriented but grateful for the improved visibility in the open space. The moon had emerged from behind the clouds, casting silver light across the black water. "The campsite is northeast from here," Sam gasped, pointing along the shoreline. We'd barely taken 3 steps when a pale form erupted from the lake's surface not 10 yards offshore. Water cascaded from its elongated frame as it rose to its full height, easily 7 feet tall, standing impossibly on the surface of the lake as if it were solid ground. This one was different from the others. Where they had been pale, this one gleamed wetly in the moonlight, its skin translucent enough that we could see dark shapes moving beneath its surface. Its face was more defined, with hollows where eyes should be and a lipless gash of a mouth that stretched too wide, revealing needle-like teeth. It raised both arms skyward, and the gurgling speech we'd heard before now emerged as a piercing wail that resonated across the lake. From the forest behind us, answering calls echoed back. "They've been playing with us," Sam realized, raising his weapon and firing 3 rapid shots. The bullets struck the creature squarely in its chest, creating small entry wounds that leaked not blood, but a luminescent fluid that dripped upward, defying gravity. It registered no pain, merely lowering its gaze to examine the wounds with what appeared to be curiosity. Then it smiled. That smile will haunt me until my dying day, inhuman yet expressing recognizable emotion. Amusement, anticipation, hunger. The creature's mouth stretched impossibly wide, revealing row upon row of translucent, needle-like teeth, receding deep into its throat. "The bullets aren't stopping it," Sam said unnecessarily, already backing away. We retreated along the shoreline, keeping our lights trained on the creature still standing impossibly atop the lake's surface. It made no immediate move to pursue us, continuing to study the luminous fluid leaking from its wounds with detached interest. "Where are the others?" I whispered, scanning the tree line. As if in answer, clicking sounds resumed from the forest, but they seemed more distant now, as if the creatures were communicating over greater distances. The one in the lake finally looked up, its eyeless face somehow fixing directly on us. It lowered one arm, pointing toward us with long, jointed fingers that terminated in crystalline claws. The message was unmistakable. We ran again, no longer concerning ourselves with direction, just away from the lake and the pointing creature. The shoreline path soon reconnected with the main trail, and we followed it with desperate speed, hoping to reach Paul's campsite where we'd left our emergency radio. The forest around us came alive with movement. Pale shapes flitting between trees, always peripheral, never directly in our path but unmistakably hurting us. The clicking grew more synchronized, almost melodic in its patterns. Sometimes it seemed to come from directly above us, though I dared not look up into the canopy. "They're toying with us," I gasped as we ran, "like cats with mice." "Conserve your breath," Sam warned, still somehow maintaining his tactical awareness despite our terror. We finally broke through to the small clearing containing Paul's campsite. Everything remained as we'd left it. Tent erected, gear organized, bear bag still hanging from its branch. The normalcy of it was jarring after what we'd witnessed. I scrambled for the emergency radio we'd stashed in the tent, hands shaking as I extended the antenna and set it to broadcast on all emergency frequencies. "Mayday, Mayday! Boundary County SAR officers, Wren and Harlow requesting immediate assistance. We are at coordinates 48.9157 degrees north, 116.5603 degrees west, approximately 6 miles from Abandoned Creek trailhead. We have found the remains of missing hiker Paul Jackson and are under pursuit by unknown hostile entities. Repeat, we need immediate armed backup." The response was nothing but static, but I repeated the message twice more before Sam yanked me away from the radio. "They're here," he whispered. The clearing had gone completely silent. Even the wind seemed to have died, leaving an unnatural stillness that pressed against my eardrums. Our flashlight beams revealed nothing beyond the ordinary campsite perimeter, but the sensation of being watched intensified to near physical pain. "We need to keep moving," I said, gathering essential supplies from our packs and transferring them to smaller waste pouches for mobility. Sam nodded, doing the same while maintaining vigilant observation of our surroundings. Straight back to the trailhead, no stops, no deviations. As we prepared to move out, the first creature we'd seen in detail stepped into the clearing. In the multiple overlapping beams of our flashlights, its appearance was even more disturbing than before. What I'd initially taken for pale skin was actually a translucent outer membrane stretched over a complex internal structure of what looked like crystalline formations and pulsing organic material. It moved with the precise, controlled movements of an insect, each step deliberate yet unnervingly fluid. 2 more creatures emerged from the opposite side of the clearing, effectively blocking our planned escape route. These were variants of the first, one smaller with more articulated limbs, the other broader with what appeared to be bony protrusions extending from its shoulders and spine. They communicated with each other through clicks and gurgling sounds, occasionally gesturing with their too-many-fingered hands. Their behavior displayed obvious coordination and intelligence. "What do they want?" I whispered, though I immediately regretted giving voice to the question. The creatures simultaneously turned their eyeless faces toward me, suggesting acute hearing. The largest one, the first we'd encountered, made a series of gestures that seemed directed at me personally. It pointed to its open chest cavity, then to us, then back to itself. Sam raised his weapon again. "Stay back!" he shouted. His voice echoed unnaturally in the clearing, repeating several times longer than acoustics should have allowed. The creatures cocked their heads in unison, as if fascinated by the sound. The largest one took a step forward, then another, movements becoming more fluid and rapid with each advance. Sam fired a warning shot into the ground at its feet. The effect was instantaneous. All 3 creatures recoiled, not in fear, but apparent disgust, emitting high-pitched vocalizations that hurt my ears. The earth where the bullet had struck began to bubble and smoke, as if the soil itself was reacting to the intrusion of the metal. "The ground," I realized aloud. "Shoot the ground near them." Sam immediately adjusted his aim, firing rapidly at the earth surrounding the creatures. Each impact created the same smoking, bubbling reaction, and the creatures retreated from the affected areas with evident revulsion. "Go!" Sam shouted, continuing to fire strategically to create a corridor through their position. We bolted through the gap, running full tilt down the main trail toward the trailhead. Behind us, the clicking sounds transformed into something like screams, high-pitched, harmonically complex vocalizations that seemed to physically vibrate the air around us. The forest itself seemed to respond to those sounds. Branches swayed against the wind direction, reaching toward us. Roots emerged from the soil underfoot, creating trips and snares that hadn't been there on our inbound journey. Even the fog thickened selectively, obscuring the path ahead while remaining clear behind us, where the creatures pursued. "The forest is helping them," Sam gasped as he narrowly avoided a root that had visibly shifted position to entangle his foot. I'd had the same thought, but had dismissed it as panic-induced paranoia. Hearing Sam, the most pragmatic person I knew, voice it aloud confirmed my worst fears. We weren't just dealing with unknown creatures, we were in their domain, where even the environment obeyed their will. We'd covered perhaps a mile when Sam suddenly stumbled, crying out in pain. I turned to see his leg entangled in what looked like ordinary trail underbrush, except it was visibly tightening around his ankle, the stems pulsing with the same bioluminescence we'd observed in the creatures. I slashed at the vegetation with my hunting knife, expecting resistance but meeting none. The plant matter severed easily, withering instantly upon being cut. Sam pulled free, but not before the tendrils had penetrated his skin, leaving perfect circular punctures that oozed blood. "I'm fine," he insisted, though his face had grown noticeably pale. "Keep moving." The trail ahead forked, neither path looking familiar despite our having passed this way only hours before. The landmarks had shifted, or our perception of them had, either possibility equally terrifying. "This way," I said, choosing the right fork based on a moss pattern I recognized on a distinctive boulder. We'd gone perhaps 100 yards when the trail abruptly ended at a sheer rock face that absolutely should not have been there. We backtracked quickly, taking the left fork instead, only to find it terminated at the shore of a small pond I had no recollection of passing earlier. "They're changing the landscape," Sam said, his voice tight with pain and exhaustion. The punctures on his ankle had swollen, angry red spreading outward from each perfect circle. "That's not possible," I replied automatically, though nothing about this situation conformed to what should be possible. The clicking sounds were closer now, more excited in their patterns. From the frequency and directionality, I estimated at least 6 creatures converging on our position from different angles. "We're being corralled," Sam observed grimly, checking his ammunition. 4 rounds left. I had a full magazine, but doubted it would make much difference. The bullets affected the creatures minimally, useful only for their strange reaction to ground contact. "The water," I suggested, pointing to the pond. "They might not follow us across." It was a desperate plan, but the only option available. The pond wasn't large, perhaps 50 yards across, and the opposite shore offered dense tree cover that might provide concealment. We waded in without hesitation, the frigid water instantly numbing my legs. The bottom was firm initially, but a few yards in, dropped off sharply. Soon we were swimming, our lights creating eerie underwater beams as we struggled to keep our heads above water while maintaining illumination. Halfway across, I heard Sam gasp. Turning, I saw him struggling, his strokes becoming erratic. "My leg," he managed, between labored breaths. "Can't feel it. Something's wrong." I swam to him, supporting him as best I could while trying to keep both our faces above water. His skin was burning hot, despite the freezing pond, and his eyes had developed a glazed quality. "Hold on to me," I instructed, positioning him so I could swim with one arm while dragging him with the other. Our progress slowed dramatically, and I feared we wouldn't reach the opposite shore before the creatures arrived. Then I noticed something that stopped my heart momentarily. The water around us had begun to glow with the same bioluminescence as the creature's internal structures. "Sam," I said urgently, "we need to move faster." He didn't respond, his body becoming dead weight against me. I redoubled my efforts, painfully aware of the spreading glow beneath us. 20 yards from shore, I felt something brush against my legs, something solid and deliberately moving. I kicked frantically, connecting with something that felt neither fully solid nor liquid. The water around that spot erupted with intense blue-green light, and a bubbling sound emerged that chillingly resembled laughter. With a final desperate surge, I managed to drag Sam to the shallows and then onto shore, collapsing beside him on the rocky ground. He was unconscious, his breathing shallow and rapid. The puncture wounds on his ankle had transformed, the skin around them becoming translucent, underlying veins glowing with the same bioluminescence we'd seen in the creatures and the water. "Sam!" I shook him urgently. "Sam, wake up!" His eyes fluttered open, but the pupils had contracted to pinpoints despite the darkness. "They're in my head, Jericho," he whispered. "I can hear them. They're curious. They've never encountered humans before in this region." A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with my soaked clothing. "Fight it, Sam. We need to keep moving." "They don't understand death the way we do," he continued, as if I hadn't spoken, his voice taking on an unnatural cadence. "They're studying us. They found Paul first, but he was alone. They want to see how we interact, how we respond to threat, how we care for each other." "Sam, stop," I pleaded, pulling him to his feet. He stood unsteadily, head lolling. "They've been here longer than us, much longer, since before the mountains rose." His eyes found mine, momentarily clearing. "Run, Jericho, leave me. I'm already changing." As if to prove his point, he extended his arm, the sleeve falling back to reveal skin turning translucent, a faint glow emanating from beneath. "It doesn't hurt," he said with detached fascination. "It feels expansive." Before I could respond, clicking sounds erupted from the pond behind us. The water's surface bulged upward as something massive began to emerge, the lake-dwelling creature we'd encountered earlier, or something even larger. Sam straightened suddenly, his expression sharpening. "Go!" he commanded in his normal voice, shoving me forcefully away from him. "I'll hold them here. Get to the trailhead. Bring back help." "I'm not leaving you," I protested. He drew his weapon, aiming not at the emerging creature but at his own temple. "I'm not giving them what they want. Go, Jericho. Tell people what happened here." The creature from the lake had fully emerged, water cascading from its elongated form. It towered over us, easily 9 feet tall, its translucent skin revealing complex internal structures that pulsed with living light. Behind it, more shapes were crossing the pond, moving with inhuman speed. Sam fired a shot into the ground between us, creating another smoking, bubbling reaction that momentarily confused the approaching creatures. "Now!" he roared. I ran, the sound of Sam's final 3 gunshots echoing behind me. I didn't look back, couldn't bear to see what might be happening to my partner and friend. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs threatened to collapse, following the trail that now, mercifully, seemed to maintain its proper form. When I finally reached the trailhead parking lot, dawn was breaking. Paul's blue Subaru sat untouched, and beside it, our SR vehicle waited like a promise of sanity and safety. I collapsed against it, fumbling for the keys with numb fingers. As I prepared to start the engine, movement at the trailhead entrance caught my eye. I froze, key halfway to the ignition. A figure emerged from the tree line, humanoid but wrong in proportions and movement. It paused at the exact boundary between forest and clearing, seeming unable or unwilling to proceed further. In the growing daylight, its translucent skin appeared almost beautiful, internal structures catching the sun's rays and refracting them in prismatic patterns. It raised one elongated arm, fingers splayed in what might have been a gesture of farewell. Then it retreated into the forest, movements fluid and silent. I started the engine and drove away without looking back, though in the rearview mirror, I thought I glimpsed pale shapes watching from between the trees. The clicking sounds followed me all the way to the highway, transmitted not through air, but directly into my mind. I reached the ranger station just after 7 a.m., my body functioning on autopilot while my mind remained trapped in the horrors of the previous night. The station was already bustling with activity. My emergency radio transmission had been received after all, though heavily distorted. Station Chief Morgan met me at the door, his weathered face creasing with concern. "Ren? Where's Harlow? What happened out there?" I opened my mouth to explain, but found words inadequate. How could I describe what we'd encountered? What would sound more plausible? That we'd discovered a previously unknown species of intelligent, possibly extra-dimensional entities in the Selkirk wilderness? Or that I'd suffered a psychotic break induced by stress and environmental factors? "Paul Jackson is dead," I finally managed. Sam stayed behind. He's probably dead too. We need to send a fully armed search team immediately. Morgan guided me inside, signaling to his assistant to bring coffee and a blanket. I was still soaking wet, my clothes torn, face scratched and bleeding from branches encountered during my desperate flight through the forest. "You're in shock," he said firmly. "Let's get you warmed up, then we'll talk." The next few hours passed in a blur of debriefings, medical examinations, and increasingly skeptical questioning. I recounted everything: the abandoned campsite, the blood trail, Paul's mutilated body, the creatures with their translucent skin and bioluminescent internal structures, Sam's infection and transformation. I described their movements, the clicking language, their apparent ability to manipulate the forest itself. As I spoke, I watched the expressions of the assembled search and rescue coordinators, local sheriff's deputies, and Forest Service officials transition from concern to doubt to thinly veiled disbelief. "Let me get this straight," Sheriff Dawson said when I'd finished. "You're claiming that you encountered some kind of intelligent, non-human creatures that can stand on water, communicate telepathically, and infected Officer Harlow through some kind of poisonous plant?" Put so bluntly, it sounded absurd even to my own ears. "I know how it sounds," I admitted, "but you have to send a team up there. Sam might still be alive. Paul's body needs to be recovered." "We've already dispatched 2 teams," Morgan assured me. "One to the coordinates where you reported finding Jackson's body, another to search for Harlow. Helicopter support is on standby for evacuation." I should have felt relieved, but instead, dread settled deeper. "They need to be armed," I insisted. "Not just sidearms, rifles, shotguns. And they shouldn't go after dark." The skeptical glances exchanged around the room spoke volumes. Dr. Reeves, the emergency physician who'd examined me, cleared her throat. "Officer Wren, your body temperature was dangerously low when you arrived. You've sustained numerous lacerations, have early signs of frostbite on your extremities, and are severely dehydrated. It's not uncommon for individuals experiencing hypothermia and extreme stress to experience hallucinations." "I know what I saw," I said firmly, though doubt had begun to creep into my own mind. Could it all have been hallucination? The alternative, that such creatures actually existed, seemed equally impossible. The debriefing was interrupted by the arrival of Peterson, one of the helicopter pilots. His expression was grim. "We found Jackson," he announced, "and it's not good." The photographs he spread across the table confirmed at least part of my account. Paul Jackson's body was positioned exactly as I'd described, propped against the oak tree, torso opened, organs arranged around him. The intricate markings carved into his ribcage were clearly visible. "Jesus Christ," Sheriff Dawson muttered, turning away from the images. "Cause of death appears to be exsanguination," Peterson continued clinically. "Emi says the precision of the incisions suggests surgical instruments, not animal claws or teeth." "And Harlow?" Morgan asked. Peterson shook his head. "No sign yet. We found evidence of gunfire, 4 shell casings near a small pond about 4 miles from the trailhead. Signs of a struggle, blood on some rocks, but no body." Hope surged briefly in my chest. He might still be alive. "We'll keep searching," Morgan promised. "But Jericho, this looks like a homicide, not a creature attack. These cuts on Jackson were made with tools." I wanted to argue, to make them understand what we'd encountered wasn't human. But exhaustion and doubt were taking their toll. What if I had hallucinated the creatures? What if we'd encountered a human killer, and my mind, unable to process such deliberate human malevolence, had constructed elaborate non-human entities as explanation? The debriefing concluded with a decision to treat Paul's death as a homicide and Sam's disappearance as a missing person case potentially related to the same perpetrator. I was placed on medical leave, pending psychological evaluation. Standard procedure after traumatic incidents, they assured me, though the sidelong glances suggested otherwise. I was too exhausted to argue. They assigned a deputy to drive me home, where I collapsed into dreamless sleep, born of complete physical and mental exhaustion. I awoke 18 hours later to pounding on my door. 2 FBI agents stood on my porch, badges extended. Special Agents Mercer and Chen had been assigned to the Jackson homicide and Harlow disappearance, given the crimes had occurred on federal land. Their questioning was more thorough than the local authorities, their demeanor less openly skeptical, but more intensely analytical. They recorded my statement, asked me to walk through the events multiple times, focusing on different aspects: the exact appearance of the creatures, the precise nature of Sam's transformation, the clicking language, and its patterns. "You haven't asked if I might have hallucinated all this," I noted near the end of the interview. Agent Mercer's expression remained neutral. "We're gathering all possible information at this stage. Your medical report indicates you were suffering from hypothermia and exhaustion, which could certainly affect perception. However, the physical evidence at the scene partially corroborates your account of finding Jackson's body and subsequently losing contact with Officer Harlow. But not the creatures," I supplied. "We haven't found evidence supporting the existence of the entities you described," Agent Chen confirmed carefully. "The investigation is ongoing." After they left, I sat alone in my living room, doubt gnawing at me. Had I invented the creatures as a way to process witnessing a brutal murder? Was Sam involved somehow, not transformed by unknown entities, but perhaps the perpetrator himself? The thoughts felt like betrayal, but I couldn't dismiss them entirely. The search for Sam continued for 2 weeks. They found scattered personal effects: his flashlight, torn fragments of his uniform, his emptied sidearm, but no body. The case remained officially open but practically cold after the first month. Paul Jackson's autopsy revealed details that both supported and contradicted my account. The precision of the incisions did indeed suggest surgical tools rather than claws or teeth. However, trace evidence found in the wounds included crystalline particles of unknown composition that resisted standard analysis. The stones found in his palms were equally mysterious, composed of material not native to the region and containing microscopic structures that suggested artificial manufacturing rather than natural formation. I attended mandatory psychological counseling, where I gradually stopped mentioning the creatures. It was easier to be diagnosed with PTSD and temporary stress-induced psychosis than to continue insisting on the reality of what I'd seen. My therapist noted my progress toward acceptance of reality in her reports, which eventually led to my reinstatement to limited duty after 3 months. I never returned to fieldwork. The department was understanding, assigning me to training and administrative roles where my experience could be utilized without placing me back in the wilderness. I accepted this arrangement without protest, knowing I could never again enter those forests. 6 months after that night, I received a package with no return address. Inside was a small stone identical to those found in Paul Jackson's palms, perfectly round, obsidian black, absorbing light rather than reflecting it. Accompanying it was a note written in handwriting I recognized immediately, despite its uncharacteristic shakiness. "They're still watching. They're curious about us. They mean no harm, but they don't understand us yet. Stay away from the deep woods. I'm learning their ways. I'm changing, but I'm still me. For now." I reported the package to the FBI agents handling the case. They confiscated both stone and note for analysis, informing me weeks later that the handwriting was inconclusive, similar to Sam's documented writing but with significant discrepancies that prevented positive identification. The stone was identical in composition to those found with Paul, but its origin remained undetermined. I moved away from Idaho the following year, taking a teaching position at a forestry school in Vermont. I told myself the distance would help, that the nightmares would fade, that the clicking sounds I sometimes heard at the edge of sleep were just lingering trauma responses. For the most part, I've convinced myself of these comforting lies. I've built a new life, found new purpose in preparing future forest rangers without ever setting foot in deep woods myself. I'm married, had children, constructed the trappings of normalcy around me like protective walls. But sometimes, when I'm alone and the night is absolutely still, I hear it again, that rhythmic clicking that forms patterns just beyond human comprehension. And sometimes, when I look into still water, a lake, a pond, even a full bathtub, I catch glimpses of movement beneath the surface that follows no natural current. I've never told my wife why I insist on keeping the bathroom light on when showering, or why I refuse camping trips despite my professional background. I've never explained why I check our children's skin so carefully after they've played outdoors, looking for perfect circular marks that might indicate the beginning of a transformation I witnessed start in Sam, but never saw completed. 17 years passed. I built a life far from the Selkirk Mountains, convincing myself that what happened there was isolated, confined to that particular wilderness, those specific mountains. I taught, wrote textbooks on wilderness survival that carefully omitted certain experiences, raised my children to appreciate nature from a respectful distance. The package containing the stone and Sam's note remained the last connection to those events, until 3 weeks ago, when everything changed. My daughter Ellie, now 16, came home from a school camping trip with a small, round stone she'd found near a stream. "Look, Dad," she said casually, "isn't it weird how perfectly round it is? Like someone polished it?" The obsidian black stone sat in her palm, exactly as similar stones had rested in Paul Jackson's lifeless hands. My blood ran cold as she continued. "And the weirdest thing, listen." She held it to her ear like a seashell. "It makes this clicking sound, like some kind of insect. Can you hear it?" I could. The rhythmic patterns were unmistakable. The language of the creatures, somehow embedded in the stone itself. I took it from her with trembling hands, telling her it was an interesting geological specimen I'd like to examine. That night, alone in my study, I placed the stone on my desk and simply watched it. In the dim lamplight, it seemed to absorb the surrounding illumination, creating a subtle darkness around itself that defied normal physics. Occasionally, it emitted barely audible clicking sounds without any physical movement or obvious mechanism. I knew I should report it, contact the FBI agents who had handled the original case. Instead, I found myself listening to the clicking, trying to discern patterns I'd first heard 17 years ago in the Idaho wilderness. Gradually, impossibly, they began to make sense. Not as language translated to English, but as direct concepts forming in my mind. Curiosity, recognition, return. The stone was an invitation or a summons. I tried to dismiss it as imagination, a psychological response to trauma triggered by coincidental similarity to my past experience. But deep down I knew better. They had found me. Or perhaps they had never lost track of me to begin with. For days I debated what to do, ultimately deciding to return to Idaho, to face whatever waited in those mountains. I told my wife I needed to attend a forestry conference, promising to return within a week. The lie tasted bitter, but I couldn't risk involving her or our children in what might await me. The flight to Spokane and subsequent drive to Boundary County felt like moving backward in time. The landscape grew increasingly familiar as I approached the mountains, memories sharpening with each mile. The ranger station where I'd once worked had been renovated, modernized, but the mountains beyond remained eternal and indifferent to human development. I checked into a motel in the small town nearest the abandoned creek trailhead, spending a restless night with the stone on the nightstand beside me. The clicking intensified as darkness fell, the patterns more complex, almost urgent. I found myself responding internally, forming answering patterns in my mind that seemed to satisfy whatever intelligence communicated through the stone. Morning arrived with clarity and purpose. I purchased supplies, not the extensive search and rescue equipment I'd once carried, but basics for a day hike. I included a sidearm, though memory suggested it would provide little protection against what I might encounter. The abandoned creek trailhead parking lot was empty when I arrived, the early October air crisp with the promise of approaching winter. I stood at the trail entrance, memories flooding back with physical intensity. Sam's voice, the creature's reflective eyes, the clicking language that had haunted my dreams for 17 years. I placed the stone in my pocket and began walking. The trail was as I remembered for the first few miles, winding through towering conifers, occasionally opening to views of distant peaks. I found myself automatically marking time and distance, old training reasserting itself despite the years away. I reached Blackwater Lake by early afternoon. Paul's campsite location had grown over, nature reclaiming the small clearing, but I recognized the distinctive fallen cedar that had sheltered his tent. Standing there, I removed the stone from my pocket and held it in my open palm. "I'm here," I said aloud, feeling both foolish and terrified. "What do you want from me?" The silence that followed was absolute, not just quiet, but a complete absence of sound that felt physically oppressive. Even the breeze that had rustled the canopy moments before seemed to pause. I stood motionless, waiting, the stone growing perceptibly warmer in my palm. The first clicking sound came from behind me, followed by another to my right, then more from different directions. They formed patterns I now partially recognized: greetings, acknowledgement, satisfaction. I turned slowly, scanning the forest surrounding the clearing. At first I saw nothing unusual. Then, as if adjusting to a different visual spectrum, I began to perceive them. Translucent forms partially camouflaged against the natural backdrop, their internal structures glowing subtly even in daylight. They emerged fully into my perception. 5 creatures similar to those I'd encountered years before, yet somehow different. Their movements seemed more fluid, their forms more defined, as if they had evolved or adapted. The largest among them approached directly, stopping a few yards away. Up close, I could see that what I'd previously perceived as a featureless face actually contained subtle depressions, where eyes might be on a human, and a vertical slit that occasionally opened to reveal crystalline structures underneath. Its chest cavity was partially open, revealing complex internal organs that pulsed with bioluminescence. It extended one elongated arm, pointing not at me, but at the stone in my palm. The clicking intensified, patterns coalescing into concepts in my mind: recognition, completion, integration. "What happened to Sam?" I asked, surprised at the steadiness of my voice. The creature tilted its head, the clicking changing timbre. An image formed in my mind: Sam standing by the pond where I'd left him, transforming as the translucent quality spread across his skin, internal organs beginning to glow with bioluminescence. The image shifted to show him communicating with the creatures, learning their clicking language, following them deeper into the wilderness, to places untouched by human presence. "Is he still alive?" I pressed. The concept of alive transmitted through the clicking seemed different from human understanding, less binary, more a spectrum of existence and awareness. The impression I received suggested Sam existed, but had transformed beyond what I would recognize as human life. "Why Paul Jackson? Why did you kill him?" The response came as impression rather than explanation: curiosity, exploration, fundamental misunderstanding of human physiology, and the permanence of our death. They had been studying him, attempting communication through direct interaction with what they perceived as our communication centers, our internal organs. They hadn't understood that their examination would kill him. And now, why bring me back here? The largest creature extended both arms, gesturing to encompass the forest around us. The clicking from all 5 entities synchronized into a complex harmony that resolved into a single concept in my mind: warning. Images flooded my consciousness: the mountains opening to human development, trees falling, roads expanding. Then deeper concerns: changes in the forest's fundamental energy, disruptions to patterns the creatures had maintained for millennia. Finally, a premonition of conflict: humans encountering more of their kind as development pushed into previously untouched wilderness, neither side understanding the other, violence inevitable. They had summoned me as intermediary, bridge builder, translator, someone who had encountered them and survived, who might help prevent future misunderstandings like what happened to Paul Jackson. "Why would I help you?" I asked. Memories of that terrible night still vivid? "You killed Paul. You took Sam." The creature's response carried no remorse as humans understand it, but something adjacent: recognition of incompatible existences, desire for accommodation rather than conflict. The images shifted to show my daughter Ellie finding the stone, not coincidence, but deliberate connection. They had been watching my family, could reach them any time. The implied threat was clear despite not being framed as such in their thinking. "I can't stay here," I said. "I have a family, a life elsewhere." The clicking softened, conveying understanding. They didn't want me to join them permanently as Sam had. They wanted communication, occasional interaction, information exchange. They wanted me to return to human society as their representative, their translator for the inevitable future encounters as humanity expanded further into their territory. "And if I refuse?" The largest creature gestured toward the stone in my palm, which had begun to pulse with the same bioluminescence as their internal structures. The clicking translated to my mind as something between promise and prediction. "You are already changing." I looked down at my hand and saw with horror that the skin around the stone had become slightly translucent, underlying veins glowing faintly with the same light I'd seen in Sam's transformation. I dropped the stone in panic, but the change remained, a small circular area of altered tissue centered in my palm. The creatures made no move to retrieve the stone or to approach me further. Their clicking conveyed patience, certainty, inevitability. They would wait for my decision. But the process had already begun, not full transformation like Sam, but enough to maintain connection, to ensure I could never fully return to my former life without carrying part of them with me. I stood frozen between terror and fascination, understanding finally that I'd never truly escaped that night 17 years ago. I had been marked from the beginning, my apparent freedom merely a longer leash. As the sun began its descent toward the western peaks, I made my choice, the only one available that might protect my family from a similar fate. I retrieved the stone from the ground, the translucent patch on my palm tingling upon contact. "I'll be your intermediary," I said, "but on my terms. No one else in my family is to be contacted or changed. No more deaths like Paul Jackson." The creatures communicated agreement, though their concept of promise differed from human understanding. They would try to respect my conditions, but their fundamental nature, curiosity, exploration, experimentation, remained unchanged. As darkness gathered, they escorted me back to the trailhead, moving alongside but just beyond normal human perception. Visible to me now through whatever change had begun in my hand, but invisible to the occasional hikers we passed on the trail. None of the other humans showed any awareness of the creatures gliding silently around them, though several complained of sudden coldness or unexplained unease as we passed. At the trailhead, the largest creature communicated final instructions, places to return for future meetings, methods of communication through the stone, warnings about the progression of my partial transformation. Then they receded into the forest, visible to my altered perception, until they chose to fade completely from it. I drove back to town in silence, the stone warm in my pocket, the patch on my palm occasionally pulsing with soft light I had to conceal beneath driving gloves. I made arrangements to return home, knowing I carried something with me that could never be removed or revealed. In the 3 weeks since, I've maintained my normal routine, teaching classes, spending time with my family, pretending nothing has changed. But everything has. The translucent patch has neither grown nor faded, a permanent reminder and connection. Sometimes at night, I wake to find it glowing, transmitting information I receive in dreams filled with clicking sounds and images of deep forest locations I've never physically visited. I've begun making excuses for periodic trips back to Idaho, telling my wife it's consulting work for forest management. During these visits, I meet with the creatures, learning their language more fully, understanding their perspective and concerns, conveying human intentions and misunderstandings. I've learned they've existed in those mountains since before human settlement, living mostly beneath the surface in extensive cave systems or in the depths of mountain lakes, emerging only occasionally to interact with the forest they consider part of their extended ecosystem. They aren't malevolent but are profoundly different. Their concept of individual existence, physical integrity, and death bear little resemblance to human understanding. Sam has become something between human and creature, their primary study subject, and now their ambassador to me. I've glimpsed him twice during my return visits, his form mostly transformed, but with enough humanity remaining for recognition. He remembers me but views our past friendship through the altered perspective of his new existence. He seems neither happy nor sad about his transformation, such human emotions apparently falling away as his integration progressed. I don't know how this will end. The change in my palm hasn't spread, but I sense it could if I allowed it, or if the creatures decided to accelerate my transformation. I maintain my normal life while carrying this secret connection, serving as unwilling interpreter between two species never meant to interact. Sometimes, when I look at my sleeping children, I wonder if I've made a terrible mistake, if my cooperation only delays an inevitable conflict, or worse, facilitates a gradual infiltration. Other times, I believe my limited transformation might prevent more deaths like Paul Jackson's, more complete conversions like Sam's. What happened on October 3, 1998, in the Selkirk Mountains never truly ended. It merely changed form, spreading outward like ripples in water, touching more lives in ways yet to be revealed. The creatures are patient, operating on a timescale that makes human lifespans seem momentary. They've existed in those mountains for millennia, and will likely remain long after human civilization has transformed or disappeared. I carry their mark and their message, a reluctant translator between worlds. I tell myself I'm protecting my family, preventing conflict, serving greater good. But in the darkest hours of night, when the translucent patch on my palm pulses with bioluminescent light and clicking sounds fill my dreams, I wonder what I've truly become. Human intermediary or unwitting advanced scout for something preparing to emerge fully into our world. I am Jericho Wren, and this is my continuing story. If you hike in the northern Idaho wilderness, specifically the remote regions of the Selkirk Range, and find a perfectly round black stone that seems to absorb light rather than reflect it, do not touch it. Do not take it home. Leave it where it lies and depart quickly. They are watching, and they are curious about you.